Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the WardiTV Monday. WardiTV Monday number 52. I'm of course your side VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the Boon Chats and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. There we go. welcome one and all to your weekly dose of WardiTV action. Here we go as we have our first series, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. We are jumping into, I believe, the round of 32. Let's go. This morning in the top left-hand corner, going for the 12 pool. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Italian Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing himself, I believe, or it is Ducklings. I think he's on the Platinum Heroes or Bing Bong Exports. I keep confusing the two. But regardless, here we go. We have a 12 pull out of Rogue. The drone is being sent across the map, and we are looking to proxy hatchery. Let's go. The proxy hatch is going to be on the way. We'll see if we set up here as a part of the wall or if we go for the hatch block into the natural base. And there it is. We have the answer here. It is going to be for the block right here into the natural. The drone is poised to go in once they have the money for it. And Rogue is about to send that across the map. The probe does scout, does confirm no gas, no expansion. And the early pool lings have been spotted. There we go. We have the hatchery here as a part of the wall, not here in the expansion itself. And this is to disrupt the wall, to force extra buildings. Oh, and you can already see here a bit of a disruption. We do see the cancellation of the cyber core. Boys are being pulled to try to focus this down. A little bit inefficient attacking here. The Zealots being thrown as we speak, and we're getting on top of the hatchery. But here come those lings. The lings are coming back. And before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Rogue is coming in as a favorite player. He does cancel in time. And can he surround the Zealot? Oh, barely not. A second Zealot's on the way. So far, Lelixi is holding. But remember, damage is being done. Remember, the main base, we only have 10 workers mining. One drone does slip in. Oh, does slip in. Oh, we get a surround. No, almost. Yeah, almost does surround. Zealot does barely slip away. Oh, Lilith's taking some extra hits. Yeah, takes some free damage there. So gets the pull back. And the Zealot should go down. Yeah, gets one Zealot. Up, gets the other. Two Zealots do fall. Picks up probes. Adept is on the way. And behind this is still flooding lings. Still, lings are in production. Rogue did expand. He did expand. He is now droning. So it looks like the damage has been done. Gas Geyser does finish morphing. And Rogue, he shouldn't get much more. He has a couple more lings being invested into. We'll see if he can find the Adept or get some more economic damage. But the Adept should be safe. Should be. Should be safe. Oh no! Pylon is exposed. We're going for the pylon. Oof, pylon goes down, depowers the gateway, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. The Adept is getting caught out. And this might just be too much. I mean, it's already been critical damage, but alas, now even more so. Getting more probe kills, 3 more probes going down. Adept will fall. And now we can focus on the pylon. Yeah, once again, the pylon is going to be targeted. Right behind this, Rogue is droning, getting a 3rd expansion. Oh, it's going to be close. Does he get the pylon? It's going to be close. He gets it. Uno mas, one more shot. Does barely get the pylon for the 2nd time. And Lelix, he will hold. He will survive. He will wall up, and he'll be able to eventually establish himself on 2 bases. But the problem here is that Rogue has been droning. Rogue, he is in a better position here. He's got a 3rd hatchery on the way. He's got drones in production, and soon he can just get into an earlier, or sorry, the mid game in a faster game state. Get there faster. He can recover. Lelix has got a lot of work to do. Not like this. And from here, lings are moving out. Likewise, 2 Adepts, they can one-shot workers. Link speed just now began, so it can be a little bit harder here for a Rogue to keep up with these Adepts. with the slow Lings. But damage is being done. Lings, they get across map once again. This time, though, this pylon should survive. Yeah, none of Lings to focus on the pylon. Will live. At least for a little bit longer, as we have another wave of Lings coming out. And alas, we'll get the pylon once again for the third time. Yeah, for the third time, it does go down. The wall's not a wall. Lings, they slip in. And again, it's just been a very chaotic early game here for Ledlix. Okay, we have Ling speed on the way. We have more queens in production. We have a decent drone count. Not amazing, but decent enough. As Roki's flooding more Lings across the map. Again, Ling speed is almost complete, and he should be able to break through. There is an Oracle on the way. The Oracle will help immensely. We'll have a lot of DPS potential on these Zerglings. But there are just so many Lings. I mean, there's the NG overcharge. There's not out. Okay, there we go. It does activate. Lings are going down. They're going for the Stargate. And you can just see how many Lings this Oracle does bring down here. It's going to be 12. And he'll eventually clean this up, but the Stargate falls. And we just keep flooding. We just keep on flooding across the map. The Oracle will eventually run out of energy. Will eventually run out. Things they move in. We're stuck with a little bit of an A move here, so some inefficient DPS, but it's fine. Maybe a little bit less so. Shield battery coming into play. Okay. Lelix holds. The power of the shield battery. Does out, but was not on hold position. Not on hold position. The Oracle is now out of energy. 3, 2, 1. The Oracle was out. Oh, there's the never mind. there's the energy overcharge. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. As behind this rogue, he did make a wave of drones. Did make a wave. Getting gases, working towards +1 melee. No lair yet. Getting a 4th base. I do think there were opportunities for Rogue to have killed Ledlix, but the opportunities have come and gone. So Ledlix, he will be able to stabilize on 2 bases. I mean, I say stabilize, like he's you can see here, he's hunkering down on 2 bases. But he should not be able to expand. And from here, he's looking to go into a 2-base all-in. Yeah, massive gateway explosion, charge on the way, so massive 2-base all-in here from Ledlix. I mean, I say massive all-in. The problem here, of course, is that Rogue, he has a comfortable economy. As long as Rogue doesn't run up too much, as long as he isn't too greedy, Rogue should be okay. Now, the one thing that is missing here are Banelings, but the Baneling nest is about to complete. The lair is also something, kind of a big gap here in terms of tech. So without a lair, there's no Baneling speed. But the Zelt should be coming to Rogue. And speaking of, here they come. The Zelts are moving out. Banelings, they just finished morphing in. Oh, across the map. Oh, I panned over to look at the Banelings. I was a little bit confused. I'm like, where are they? Ah, they're across the map. Okay, let's go. Banelings, they're waddling into the natural, and they will break through the wall of pylons. 4 pylons go down. At the same time, we have some Banelings to defend. Not too many defensive Banelings, so Zelts are getting us on the Queens. Yeah, the Queens are exposed. Lings, they break down the front door. They bust into the middle line. We get Lings first around, and GG gets called. Rogue will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Rogue, he is coming in as the favorite player for sure, but we had a bit of a cheeky start here. We did have a cheeky start with going for the 12 pool, with going for the Link Flood, a very chaotic early game. In the end, it was enough. In the end, he was able to break on through. GG. So just fixing up the Twitch title. Twitch title? Sorry, YouTube title. Fixing it up. Beautiful. Okay, so now we're getting into the second game. Also, before I forget, before we get ahead of ourselves, a big shout out to Slow Joe in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months, over a year of support. Slow Joe, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it as we are getting into our next game, as we are getting into game number 2 of our first series of the broadcast. And sporting in the bottom right hand corner, this time making drones. This time he's making drones. This time he's not going for a 12 pull. From South Korea, representing Team Falcons, it is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Ducklings. Here we go. So we're getting into that second game. This time, Ducklings is going to be a lot more comfortable. I'm sure he is a little bit shaken after game 1 with how aggressive and how all in and how committed and how just in the face herO was. But here in game 2, we're calming things down. herO, he's going hatch first. You know, he's a little bit less animalistic this time. That means Ducklings can actually get into his own game state. Now, herO, he is known for his aggressive builds. He's known for these all-ins. So we expect to see herO be aggressive once again. But whether it's with Ling Bane, with roaches, with hydras, yet to be determined. For now, standard opener out of herO. Game 1 not going to really have too much bearing on game 2, outside of the fact that herO is willing to be very cheesy and very in the face of Ducklings. So we'll see what we go for this time as we load into Maganatha. Again, Maganatha going to be one of the larger maps in the map pool. Go. From here, we are just going to be droning, just going to be saturating, just building up. Building up from here. Behind this, we do have our Stargate opener out of Ducklings, so everything's looking normal. Stargate opener into a third base. Meanwhile, we just see herO back at home going for a delayed third. His third base should have been on the way by now, but he's making an extra set of queens first. So he's going up to a 4-queen setup before expanding. Very safe play here by herO. Interesting. I'm curious if maybe he feels, especially after what happened in the first game, he feels a little bit vulnerable to his opponent. So herO playing safely. Oracle's on the way. Oh, it was a Stalker opener. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense as to why herO is playing safe. herO going to a lair on 2 bases, so much more committed here. And Lix has yet to expand. We have the money for it. There we go. Third base on the way. Lix did invest into an earlier Stalker to deny vision, deny mining. And this setup here from herO, how many gases? 2 gases on the way. This could be a link. Did we get link speed? Okay, link speed is done. This could be a Link Queen Nidus all in, but he's taking all 4 gases. Now, if this was Link Queen Nidus, it would be 3 gases, at least in my experience here. So with extra gases, this could be, say, 2 base Muta. But that'd be crazy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the gas is going to be spent on here. It's very gas intensive. It wouldn't be 2-base Muta in ZVP. In my mind, maybe 2-base Hydra. True, there are Ling Hydra all-ins you can go for. It's just very excessive in terms of gas to go into a Nidus all-in from here. So I'm expecting a Hydra then, but we'll see. We shall see. Technically, the other option could be 2-base Swarm Host with an Infestation Pit. True. Is an option. Behind this, Gateway Explosion, early Twilight Council, which means that we're going into Glaives. Going into Blink. Meanwhile, So I assumed it was not going to be Spire, it was going to be 2-base Hydra. It is 2-base Hydra. The Hydra Den gets scouted, but it's Hydra Den and the Spire hidden here in the corner of the map. He's crazy. Este Rogue, he does hide the Spire. This is a build that we've seen from Rogue before. If you remember, it was Rogue versus Shin. It was Rogue versus Shin in the ZVZ maybe a season ago. It was on one of the snow maps. I can't quite remember the name of the map itself, but I say a season ago, like a year ago. Like a year ago, we casted Rogue versus Shin, and he went for this very same build where he opened up 2 bases, he hid the Spire off in the corner, and it did not work out. Shin did punish Rogue, did punish him in the end, but here we'll see if Ledlix can catch wind of what is happening. Of course, different matchup, different kind of scenario, different situation. The problem here is that Ledlix has no reason to scout because he already saw the Hydra Den, right? Everything looks like 2-base Hydra, right? Like Ling Hydra as a setup. And Ledlix, he should be getting ready. He should be getting ready with getting into Storm, getting into splash damage against a more Hydra heavy composition. Little does he know that mutas are on the way instead. Oh boy. So a very cheeky play here by Rogue, even getting +1 attack. And again, it is so difficult to get away with 2-base Muta in ZVP because it's so easy to scout your 2 bases, which is why it's proxied. That's why it's across the map. Charge on the way. Lings they rotate. Okay, got the stasis traps. Mutas are coming in. The head is towards the main base. And from here, there's nothing ready. There's nothing in position. Probes are going to be going down. Ledlix out of position, forced to recall back home. Does recall to the main. Mutas head towards a natural. They get 6 probes so far. And we can get up to 8. We should be getting up to 10. Oh, Mutas gets zoned away. Mutas are going to be zoned away. There we go. 10 probes going down. Decent damage so far by Rogue. Goes back into the main base. And he's doubling down. Remember, he's getting +1 air attack. That tells us that he's committing into mass Muta. So it's not stopping. Now, he did get 13 probes, but he lost 3 mutas in the process. Well worth it for Rogue, as he's containing Ledlix and building up more mutalisks. As the mutas are going back in. Oh, looking to deny the 4th, and they will get a cancel. They will get a cancellation. With enough Zerglings on the ground, he can collapse on these Stalkers. So, tempted. You see the Lings are getting ready. Ooh, there's the Blink! Lings are going for it! Yeah, Blink's on cooldown. Ooh, Blink's on cooldown. Mutas, they dive in, they go for the Stalkers, and Stalkers are going down. They're going down. The Oracles as well. Getting 4 or 5 Stalkers. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off, but a nice catch here from Rogue. Does pull back around. Once again, the Stalkers are exposed. Getting another and another. Oof, another 3 Stalker kills. Another 4 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal losses for Ledlix. Losing 4 more Stalkers, and he's down to 4. Down to 4, down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. Down to 0. 0 Stalkers here at the 3rd base. He does have a Stalker army in the main. It's rotating over, but again, it was out of position. As Rogue was able to collapse on a portion of the army at a time. And with that, Rogue can just go ham. He just has free reign at this point. As he cut the Stalker count in half. Now going into the main, we have Mass Phoenix in production for Ledlix, but the damage has been done here. Depowers the Fleet Beacon. Oof. We'll get a kill. Yeah, Glaive's bouncing with the Fleet Beacon into the Phoenixes. Pieces are falling. Oof. Pieces are falling. Behind this, more Lings, +1 melee. And the Mass Muta gets every single Phoenix. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew, GG, well played. GG, well played. We do have our first series wrapping up here. Congratulations, Rogue. My condolences to Lelix, but again, he did play well for himself. He was able to survive the early 12-pull aggression out of Rogue in the first game. And here in game 2, like, I don't blame Lelix getting caught out. Remember, he scattered. He went across the map. What did he see? He saw the Hydra dead on 2 bases. Like, he saw everything he needed to. So, it's understandable as to why he was so unprepared and unawares of the mutas, as it was hidden out on the map. Again, it was a proxy spire, which is a rare sight to behold, and with that, Rogue was able to get away unscouted. Get away unseen. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. As we are getting into, as we're going to be following Rogue into the next series, exclamation mark, be in the chat, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch our teams over and catch up on the bracket. Here we go. So from the top, we actually, I guess from the bottom, very quickly from the bottom, we do have our next series here. Okay, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes on Ragnar 2-0. Nightmare's up against Classic in the second round. We have Rogue. Rogue takes on Ludwix, and up next we have Rogue versus Geralt. Here we go. So another ZVP is on the horizon. It's going to be Rogue versus Geralt in a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Vetoes are underway as we speak. So we will soon be jumping into that series. Scrolling up, we do have Shin. Shin, he gets a walkover over Sophisticate. I was going to cast Shin versus Sophisticate into Mana. That was going to be my first pick. But Sophisticate was nowhere to be found, so we did jump on Rogue's series instead. Following that, of course, into Geralt. Scrolling up, we do have Harstem. Harstem is having a rematch against Mono. They've actually played quite a lot in recent times, and they do often go back and forth. I lean a little bit towards Mono there, but Harstem, he's getting more experience against Mono, so he's getting better and better results against him, or at least he should be. So best of luck to the two of them, leading into MaxPax. Then we have Nickrat versus Creator. Creator takes down Triple, and meanwhile Harstem, hey, he takes down Mono 2-0. He gets his revenge over Mono. Este Harstem. He's up against MaxPax in the next round. That's also going to be a rematch from a couple of weeks ago. If you remember, Harstem did defeat MaxPax. It was in the quarterfinals of WardiTV Monday, like maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Like, Harstem had a crazy performance. We'll see if he can do that again. Scrolling up, we do have Lambo. Lambo takes down the Mega 2-0. Este the Mega. Ga, papi, ga. Este the Mega. Does take him down 2-0. Much love to the Mega, of course. Good friend of the channel. But Lambo is up against Shameless in the next round when it goes up against the winner of Nickrat and Creator. Meanwhile, Young Yakov, he's up against Seiko in the first round. We have Percival versus Prime, Bjorn versus Art, and of course, herO waiting for the winner of Bjorn and Art. Let's go. Let us go. Sad to see MaxPax going down so early to the goats. He's not playing against Mono. True. He's not playing, Pap. He's not playing. Smurge. Not playing against the goat. Proxy Spire, SMH, Athletics, GG, Papi, GG. It's all good. Again, no one expects the Proxy Spire. No one expects it. It's all good. Less than 3. But with that, Vetoes are underway. And we should soon be getting into Rogue versus Geralt. We'll get there. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we should have the next series. We should have Rogue and Geralt facing off. We'll see you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the round 16 of the WardiTV Monday number 52. We just wrapped up with Rogue versus Ducklings, and now we're going to be following Rogue into the round 16 up against another European Protoss opponent. Let's go. Let's jump in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player. We have the green Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss himself representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZVP. Coming into this, Rogue is still the favorite player of these matches. That is true. But Geralt, he will be posing a greater threat. So Geralt is straight up one of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. And Geralt, we have seen him take it to players the caliber of Rogue before and bring them down in the past as well. But what I will say is that typically we've seen that in some of the other matchups, right? We've seen Geralt pop off in PvT. Right, we've seen him pop off against some big Terran players like Cure, like Bjorn in the past. We'll see if Geralt can take it to Rogue though in a PvZ instead. No boy. Gonna rare matchup to behold. Almost never before seen. As the Geralt does go Gate Expand. Gate Expand out of Geralt. Likewise, Rogue just going Hatch Gas Bull, standard opener out of our Korean Zerg player. So openers looking relatively standard. Maybe they are. From here, Pylon gets thrown down, looking like a Stargate based opener out of Geralt. Now, when it comes to Geralt's play, I mean, typically in this matchup, he is very, I should say, gateway heavy, getting into Storm, of course. We have seen him mess around a little bit with these earlier Temple Archives and earlier Robo timings into Archon drop-based openers, but again, we should be kind of, in general, the meta has been veering away from that. That was all the craze near the start of the year, but we've been veering away into more standard play as that style was kind of played out. Did fall out of favor as Zerg players got better and better at shutting it down. Here, Rogi pulls out of gas, getting his third base. This time his third is on time. If you recall, last game when we casted Rogue in game 2 versus Ducklings, we did point out that Rogue was staying on 2 bases suspiciously for a very long time, and it led into 2 base Lair, into 2 base Muta. Here, we're not mining extra gas, and here we take a third base on time. So Rogue is going for a standard follow-up. From here, the next thing we're looking for is, are we going for an early Evo Chamber? Are we going for an early Roach Warren? What tech are we going to be investing into early on? Will give us an idea of how Rogue wants to play this out, getting into the mid-game. Likewise, Geralt, we're just expecting him to go Stargate into a third base. Rogue does invest into 14 Lings. With this, he can try to threaten the third. So Lings are moving out. Wall is open. Ooh, yeah, the wall is open. Lings, they get a probe kill. They slip into the base. They'll get a free scouts. Oh, as they don't quite go into the main, they go for another probe, but they will get one. 2 probe kills, not bad. 2 probes to 4. Link scout is denied. Oracle to place in the main base, and Rogue is going for that third. Going for the expansion. Remember, 14 Lings. Does get nice around. There's one left to defend. The Oracle's out of position, which means we're going to force a cancel. Yeah, the base is going to be denied. Yeah, brutal pig up here. There it is. There's a cancellation. That should not have happened. Now going for the pylon. And we'll get it. Pylon goes down. And Rogue has a very comfortable start. Cancels the third, it gets 2 probe kills, kills a pylon, just slips into the bases, and gets eyes on the Twilight Council alongside Forge. The Forge is indicative that this should not be Glaives, so nice scout out of Rogue. Early Blink is going to be an earlier timing available here to Geralt, but again, that lack of third base is brutal. As Rogue is getting a safety Roach Warren, a +1 melee is on the way. So he may just skip roaches and just go straight Ling Hydra. He has the option to do so. Roaches just in case he needs them. And from here, Rogue is just chilling. Rogue just droning, saturating, getting another base, getting a 4th expansion. From here, just building up. Now, Geralt will have that early blink timing available to break the 4th, and usually that's what I would be looking for, but because Geralt's 3rd base is so delayed, that does mean that Warpin is going to be affected. That does mean, or that does weaken the overall blink timing of Geralt. He's taking up. Headed towards Storm. He's active once again. We'll see if he can lure the army out. See if we can lure him. From here, Adepts, they do push, but there are links out on the map already. Bailey's not quite done yet. Oh, we're going for a hidden Bailey nest. Okay. Bailey speed is on the way, Hydrogen as well. So, as we mentioned before, the Roach Warren was just for safety. Just a safety Roach Warren. He is skipping out of Roaches. Lings get a full surround. They take down every single Adept. Roki maintains map control. And Geralt, he has some catching up to do. Rogue double expanding, getting a 4th base, and going for the gold. Very greedy here out of Rogue. Very greedy. From here, we do see Rogue just massing up his army. He's already drawn up to 83. Again, because of the earlier economic damage, I mean, Rogue, he's just been very comfortable. Geralt has dealt no damage across the map. They roll in. They roll in. They take down High Templar, 7 probes as well. Very nice. And here he comes. Rogue, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He has the gold bases. He's pushing out with purely Ling. I mean, I say he's maxed out. He's looking to max out. He's done droning at least. So he's focusing purely on Ling Bane Hydra production. Rogue has a lot of momentum. He has not really been slowed down much at all. And Geralt, he's in danger here. He's in trouble. Now, Geralt, he does have Storm. True. If he can land the most perfect Storms, then Geralt, he can survive this. He can just try to turtle. He can just try to turtle up on 4 bases and build up and try to max out. But it's just all about defending here. This first Storm. Stage Trap saves the Banelings. A little bit unfortunate. So the main army gets saved. Hydra's moving in. Storms are still grazing the Hydras though, but that was the final Storm. Yeah, the final Storm. Only Blink Stalkers remaining. Banelings are rolling in. Hydra's pushing forward, wasting a little bit of DPS here on the buildings. They crash into the mineral line. It's going to be 20 probes going down. At the same time, we do have a Zealot counterattack, but Lings, they will defend. Lings, they catch the Zealots. Down to a handful of Stalkers. Zealots are dealt with. And Roki has done it. Roki has done it. He has broken the main army. As Geralt, he has also a High Templar, lost the mineral line. And Rogue can just rally at this point. Rogue can just rally in. Just waiting for his Hydra reinforcements. Back at home, he did lose some drones, that is true, but for the most part, I mean, his saturation is still solid. Getting 10 more workers, getting another expansion. And from here, he's just going to keep pushing in. Oh, Phases goes off. Storm and Hydras. 12 probes going down. Lings, they get into the mineral line. So we get in once again. Bane's a crashing fire Templar. There's still one Templar remaining. There's going to be one Storm. Let's go. As the Natural's also been compromised. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. They get into the Natural. There's the one Storm. The only Storm. Wasn't bad. But again, there's just no army remaining. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he does take a lead. And again, Rogue was just very comfortable this game. Winding it back, remember what happened? Rogue, he was able to force a cancel on the third base. It was brutal. He got into 14 Zerglings. His initial wave of Lings were able to get into the bases and distract Geralt, while the 14 Lings hit the third base. With that, he was able to force a cancel. With that, he was able to slow down Geralt so much, maintain map control, surround the Adepts, and from there, Rogue was able to freely drone up to 83. He droned up all the way to 83 without really losing anything. The oracles were deflected. He double expanded, went for the goal base. It was 83 drones plus the goal base as well. Just hyper greed out of Rogue after he had dealt that damage, of course. Just very greedy play there out of Rogue. After he had gained map control, after he had contained Geralt, and from there, GG. From there, GG well played. From there, he just snowballed out of control, and now we're getting into game 2, and we'll see if Geralt can recover, bounce back, as game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. Here we go. So we're getting ready for that second game. Meanwhile, we already have an opponent waiting for us in the next round, so the winner of this... the winner of this series is going to be facing off against Classic in the next round, as Classic has already taken down Nightmare 2-0. Oh boy. So we are working our way through the brackets into the quarterfinals. So here we go. As we are loading in. Again, game 2 is on Maganatha. Likewise, looks like the entirety of the first round has concluded. Round of 32, all wrapped up. We'll go through those updates momentarily. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Green Protoss player, the Green Protoss himself, the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. So we are moving out. We're settling in. Here we're going to be loading into a much larger map of the map pool. We'll see if Geralt can stabilize here and can actually get into his mid-game. As a reminder, Geralt, he fell behind early last game because of the denial in the third. Geralt had a really hard time getting into the mid-game, and he fell behind, and he couldn't quite recover. And we'll see if Geralt can actually get into his own game this time, embrace his builds, and gain some momentum. Go. And so now Rogue, he's just going for his own hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Forsaking the unnatural natural. Outside of that, nothing too crazy. Let's go, just being as annoying as possible. It does force some inefficient mining. Outside of that, we should be seeing the Stargates. Again, don't know if Geralt really wants to deviate too much here. I mentioned earlier that Geralt, there was a time earlier this year where he was going for a lot of these Archon drop-based openers. But again, it's been a while. It's been like a couple of months. Step probe. Geralt pulls away. And we have our Stargate. There it is. Stargate opener back at home. Does go for the Stargate with this, getting into an Oracle, getting to a third base as well. Everything so far is looking as it should be. Everything's looking standard from Geralt. Nothing crazy. Likewise, Rogue, we should be seeing a third base momentarily. There we go. Third base is on the way. Getting to his third base, droning, soon pulling into gases. Welcome to Magnatha. Magnatha is a larger map than Apple. Now, because this map is so large, this is where something like Mutaplay would be more viable. Hey, I mean, we just saw Mutas earlier against Ledlix on this map. True. So Mutaplay is going to be an option here for Rogue. But honestly, there's no reason to deviate. Oh, was he a supply blocked? Okay, nice pickup. Rogue, he does get supply blocked. We'll wait and see how he spends his gas. Let's see where he takes us. Do we go Lingbane Hydra again? Or do we dip our toes into Mutas? Geralt taking his third. Twilight Council gets thrown down. This is an early Twilight Council. Okay, Geralt, you have my attention. So early Council, late Forge. If you remember last game, we also saw the attempted early council and the attempted Blinkstalker play, so this could be early Blink out of Geralt into Blinkstalker aggression to try to break down the fourth base, or this could be Glaive Adepts. Gateways are being thrown down. I don't see a Forge yet. If we see a Forge soon, then this should be for Blink. If not, then Glaives are on the forefront of my mind. Show us that upgrade. Huh. Still waiting for the gas. There it is. Glaive Adepts on the way. So we have 4 Gate Glaives as a follow-up here. Very aggressive, very dedicated here by Geralt. And this needs to get damage done. It's not all in by any means, but if this fails to trade well, then he will have late Blink and late Forge and late upgrades. So a cheeky move here by Geralt. See what he can get done. Lings, they do attempt to surround. They go for the shield battery. Oh, bit of miscontrol there as Rogue does target his own Zergling. A bit of miscontrol out of Rogue. Geralt does hold. Behind this plus on melee on the way, and this time I don't see a safety Roach Warren. Remember last game we saw the safety Roach Warren in between the bases. Here there is no Roach Warren. It's going to be purely Lingbane, which means it's going to be more difficult to deal with Glaive Adepts. Not saying it's impossible. Banelings will help, but Banelings need to connect. 4 Adepts are revealed. That's not a tell. Not yet. They did just shade past. Lings, they poke in. They have yet to really catch wind of what's going on. And we're still waiting for another warp in. Geralt, he's banking up a lot of money, a lot of resources. Where's the warp in? We have one available. Geralt's up to... Oh no, he's supply... Oh no! Oh, I was like, what's happening? Like, we had a really delayed warp in, and it's because we're supply blocked. 2 pylons get thrown down, and he is missing his timing. You can see he's trying to spend his money. He has almost 1,000 minerals. Oh no. That's a shame. So Geralt, he will miss his Glaive Adept timing. He has to expand. He throws down a gateway explosion. He fails to warp. He's not able to warp in. Oracles are being thrown down, or being thrown away even. And Rogue, he's looking good. He's looking very comfortable. That was a really unfortunate supply block. It was an unfortunate supply block. It was just a late realization as well. Late realization. The slow Baileys are waddling in. The boys are pulled away in time. Boys are pulled away. Oh, he's still going. Oh no, he goes in. The Baileys, they crash into the mineral line, and they won't get any major connections. They do deny a lot of mining. 1 Bailing does pop off, and down goes the third. Down goes the third base, and just everything's falling apart here. At least Geralt saved the mineral line. He saved most of his pros, but he will lose the base. At the same time, Adepts are popping up. True. They are popping up from the mineral lines. They're doing what they can. I mean, hey, they glaive Adepts. But this is a brutal position for Geralt. Now, what I will say is that the tech here from Rogue is actually quite late. This lair, this is a what? We're 7:20 minutes in, so 7 minutes in, still no lair. So Rogue's own tech is also delayed. True. And Geralt is on 3 bases. Geralt is holding his own. It's been a shaky game for Geralt for sure, but he can stabilize. He can stabilize, he can slow things down. Again, Rogue he was also tunnel visioning. And it was a big investment into those Banelings. He killed the base, but the Banelings ideally wanted to kill some probes, some workers. So Geralt, he's still in this. Geralt, he's still in this. This build is already kind of bad, honestly. What do you... Zan just beat Raider in RSL with it. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Multiple times, actually, because he went for the same build multiple times in a row. Copium. But again, Roki's very much so in this. It was a really rough start because of supply block, but again, because of Rogue's lack of teching, Geralt he's going to be able to stabilize. Right now, we're still waiting for splash damage though. Whether it's Colossus, whether it's Storm, we do need something here for Geralt. As Adepts harass across the map. Adepts pop up. Catch out a couple of queens. Oh, they do get surrounded though. Yeah, no shade. That was a big investment. That was a big investment there with those Adepts. As Geralt, he's just turtling up as hard as he can. Lings, they shouldn't get any damage here. So again, Geralt, he is stabilizing on 4 bases, but we do need some splash damage here. Give us something. It's going double forge. Meanwhile, Rogue rushing into the Hive. Interesting. So, a couple of things here. Do you see what I see? I see a Hive that's almost done. I see no Hydroden. Typically, I would assume this is Ling, Bane, Hydra into Ling, Bane, Hydra, Viper even, but there's no Hydrogen, so is this going to be Ling, Bane into Ultra? Looks to be the case. Ling Bane Ultra is something that we do see from time to time against Protoss. Dark was renowned for this kind of style for a long time. So this is something that we typically see exclusively from players like Dark, players like Rogue. Less so from players like Raynor or Shin or Solar. Assuming he goes for the Ultra Cavern, we'll see. Nice borrow. Saves the drones. We have +3 melee, Adrenal. Rogue has no gas. Rogue has a very low gas count here with only 5 gases, so he can't quite afford any further tech yet. There we go, extra gases are being taken. Takes the gas here at the 4th base, takes extra gases at the, here towards the northern base as well. So again, late gases for Rogue. But hey, there's no splash damage, so it's okay. There's no storms, there's no Colossus or Lings, they can persist. And Lings, they break in. They break into the main base. Temple Archives finally done. There's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke about. Again, Ling Bane Ultra, something that we have seen in the past. Rogue bringing it back. But we'll see if we can actually get there. Can we get there? As Lings are board in the main. We have Bailey's crashing in towards the 3rd, sorry, towards the 4th. Nice splits. Oh no, they stacked too soon. Never mind. Bailey's remove commands. That could have been disastrous. 8 probe kills. Acceptable losses for Geralt. As is that revelation. And Storm is being chronoed. Again, Storm is so delayed. This is also, unfortunately, Geralt's, during the defense, he could have started Storm earlier in the Templar Archives earlier as well, but was otherwise, looks like a little bit flustered. Has been missing warpins. Oh, and Lings, they get in. Yeah, Lings, they get in. They achieve what the Banelings could not. They get 24 probe kills. Ultra Cabinet is done. And the Ultras are coming. Rogue just needs gas. He just needs gas, and you can see he's still a little bit undersaturated. We have a gas geyser empty here. Just has to get into his gas income, then can start making those Ultras. There's a reason why adept builds aren't very popular at the moment. It sounds like someone hasn't been watching StarCraft. What do you mean? As I mentioned. Sounds like you haven't been watching RSL. Is it standard? No. But do we see it quite often? Yes. Okay, that's how herO took games off of herO last week as well. True. True. As easy to push around. And we do see the attempted turtle into Sky Toss. So we have the Fleet Beacon on the way, working towards Tempest. But again, Rogue is maxed. And Rogue, he should be able to break Geralt before we get into Sky Toss. Like that should be the case here. As that's a massive army. He's got his Ling Bane, he's got his Ultras. Here rolling in. Nice Storm. Storms are good, but there's no more support. The Templars are exposed. Yeah, Templar exposed. Storm of the Banelings. Ooh, as Banelings, they crash into Archons. One of the best connections here from Rogue. Storm Zone away. The base will fall, but again, this is a very inefficient fight from Rogue. As Rogue bleeds out the entire army. The Ultras go down. The Ling Bane goes down. Cleans this up. Geralt, he's trading well, but he can't afford these losses is the problem. He will lose a base, he will lose a mineral line. Can Geralt weather the storm? Can he turtle up until he maxes out? That's the hope. As Roki backs off, he's remaxing with more Ling Bane Ultra with the second wave. And as you can see, this time Geralt, he just can't saturate. He just cannot saturate his base. He lost so many workers earlier. Geralt, he has been weakened from the previous push. Oh no, and the Lings get in. The Lings, they do get in. herO! Lings, they bust into the main, they bust into the natural. Yeah, Lings in every expansion. Going for the fourth, the third, the main base, and the natural as well. Everything's flashing red. And the Geralt just can't keep up, as he will still lose the third expansion, the third and the fourth base. With that, two bases go down. And Rogue is already remaxed. Like, as you mentioned, like, that's the goal here. Rogue just has to rebuild, remax, and just keep hammering away at Geralt. He's just kind of brute forcing it. And Geralt is all in. This is the final push. The final push, the final army. He's got one Templar. Gets a decent Storm. But again, only the one Templar. Ling Bane crashes in, and Rogue will clean up. He will clean up the final army. GG gets called, and Rogue will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series. He will take the 2-0. Unfortunate game here from Geralt. Game 1 was more chaotic. It was a little bit more understandable. But here in Game 2, Geralt, it looks like a little bit flustered maybe after the first game, or maybe just a little bit flustered in general against Rogue. Getting supply blocked and missing his early timing was brutal. Geralt, he fell behind as a result. There was potential. Remember, Rogue, he decided to skip roaches. If you decide to skip roaches when you're up against Glaive Adepts in such a way, like, there is potential for damage. Geralt, he could have popped off, but he couldn't warp anything in. He just couldn't warp in. He was supply blocked at 85. It was a brutal supply block, so he missed his timing. He was banking up a lot of resources because he was trying to warp in, but he couldn't. So more time was advancing on, more time was progressing. Late storm as well. It was just a really shaky follow-up there from Geralt. Shakier than we expect from Geralt, so GG will play. Just a bit of an unfortunate game there. And with that, Rogue will claim the series. Will advance on into the next round, and we're going to be following him. We're going to be following him into that next round. Here we go, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. We have some updates. So the entirety of the round of 32 has concluded, and now we're embracing the round of 16 onwards here. From the top, herO versus Beyond. herO is up against Beyond in the round 16. Winner goes up against Percival, as Percival takes down Young Yakov 2-1. Meanwhile, Shameless versus Lambo still ongoing. Winner goes up against Nickrat. Nickrat takes down Creator 2-1. A big win there for Nickrat. Very well done. A very impressive play there out of Nickrat. As again, Nickrat, I would say his strongest matchup is TVP. We spoke about this before. We tried to bring this up whenever we cast him, but Nickrat, he does cause upsets in this matchup. We've seen Nickrat defeat herO and defeat MaxPax, and here he takes down Creator. Very impressive play there from Nickrat, popping off in TVP once again. Scrolling down, MaxPax takes down Hearthstone 2-1. A big shout to Hearthstone for taking a map off of MaxPax. Not easy at all. I mentioned previously that Hearthstone did take down MaxPax a couple weeks ago in WardiTV Monday. Did take him down a couple weeks ago, but here MaxPax gets his revenge. Still goes to the ace match, but does get his revenge. MaxPax takes down Hearthstone. Meanwhile, a big win for Mana. Oh, Mana as well. Mana's another one of these players that spikes up quite often, where we've seen Mana take down Clem, we've seen Mana take down MaxPax, and here we see him take down Shin. So big win here for Mana. We make the joke all the time about how Mana he charges up and then he takes down a big name, he takes down a big player, and then he depletes his mana. He has to charge back up again. So it takes a while, but like again, like once a month sort of thing, once every couple of weeks, like Mana, he pops off, he takes down a big name, then he has to just charge up again. But with that, GG well played. That leads us into our next series, though. The vetoes are already done. Very fast vetoes as we are getting into our fresh best of 3. One moment as I set things up, and here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. Yes, the quarterfinals are underway. As we mentioned, MaxPax is up against Mana, and as Mana took down Shin, and we have our own series. We have our own ZVP, Classic versus Rogue. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, Classic is going to be the heavy favorite here. Classic, he is very in form at the moment, and even one of the favorites to take the entire tournament. We'll see if Rogue can slip him up. Rogue, he's so far warmed up, right? He's warmed up. He took down Lelix, he took down Geralt, but now he's up against Classic, one of the best Protoss players in the world. Oh boy. The pressure is on Rogue. MaxPax's Mana, please. Typically, we try to follow players, so because we started the series, or started the broadcast with Rogue versus Lelix, we follow the winner into Geralt, and we follow the winner of that into Classic, and we follow the winner of this series into the semifinals as well. That's typically the case. I say typically. WardiTV Monday is a little bit different because ideally both semifinals are going to be casted. So after we wrap up this series, we'll be catching up with Wardy, and we'll join up and we'll be able to cover the same semis, whichever is available first, either the upper or the lower semifinals. It also depends where Wardy is. Like if Wardy's in, say, herO versus Beyond, they're lagging behind, so he might be lagging behind a little bit, and there might be some downtime. We'll see. We shall see. So now Stargate opener out of Classic, standard opener, as to be expected. Rogue getting to his third base on time. Pulls out of gas, nothing crazy. So far, everything's looking normal. We have hatch gas pull into a third base out of Rogue. We have the Stargate opener out of Classic into a third base. From here, we'll see the Twilight Council timing for Classic. That's going to be the next big kind of staging round, a big kind of deviation here. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? So we'll keep an eye on that Twilight Council. As we mentioned, we have seen a lot of Glaive builds or, again, Blink variations here over the past couple of months. I mean, hey, we saw a lot of that during EWC as well, true, during the Esports World Cup. But I don't really think that Classic needs to deviate away. I would say that Classic has the best late game PvZ in the world, better than MaxPax and better than herO. Late game PvZ is kind of Classic's staging ground, like that's his stomping ground even. That's where he's at his best. So very often in these matchups, even if Classic takes the lead, very often he doesn't press on the advantage. Instead, he gets further ahead. So Classic, he'll deal economic damage, he'll take a bit of trade. Oh, that's an early Twilight Council, by the way. Okay, we're leaning towards Glaives. We're leaning towards Glaives here. We'll see if Classic goes for it once again. But what I was getting at is that very often Classic, he'll get ahead, he'll get some damage done, and then he'll just expand, he'll tech up, he'll turtle up, throw down a fleet beacon, and get into Sky Toss, right? Like, if whenever he can, whenever he sees an opportunity, he will kind of tech up in that direction. But I have to eat my words here because of the earlier Twilight Council. I say that we are lacking the gateways. Ooh, okay, so early Twilight Council into a Forge. The Forge is indicative that it is not going to be Glaive Adepts. We're going into early Blink. Now, for those that are curious here, this is earlier than normal. There's some pros, there's some cons. Because of this early Blink timing, what does this mean? This means that Classic can hit the fourth base. When Rogue decides to expand and get a fourth base, Classic can go for a kill and bring that fourth base down with that earlier Blink timing. The downside of this build is late Forge, late +1, late upgrades. So if Classic fails to bring down the expansion, if he fails to get damage done with the Blink timing, then he will be worse off. He'll be worse for wear. So the gateways are on the way, and Classic is building up. Meanwhile, Rogue going into +1 range, going into a Roach heavy composition, not Ling Bane, not Ling Bane Hydra, going into Roaches. Ooh, meanwhile, we have a little speed here. Okay, so we're probably going so Classic is moving out with Blink. Remember, we have that early Blink timing. Blink is almost done. We spoke about that fourth base, and again, this is the target. This is the target here for Classic. He wants that fourth. He's moving out. His move out gets spotted by the Overlord, so Rogue, he knows what's coming his way, and Rogue, he himself is going for his own all-in with the German taxi, with the Dropper Lords, I should say. So Rogue, he does run up to 3 base saturation. He's throwing down a Hydrogen, but Rogue, he does intend to commit. Rogue double expands. Here come the Stalkers. He's going for the fourth. And Rogue really tried to save it. Looks like he's just ready to cancel. Yeah. So we spoke about it. Early Blink means bam, deny the fourth. Deny the fourth base. Nice damage here by Classic. Rogue, he was already expanding. He was already willing to accept that he would lose his fourth base. But Classic, he scouts. He's aware. He rotates. Classic is rotating over towards the new fourth. And he does intercept the Lings. Does with the Zerglings. And this is going to be a tough hold here. We have some Road Ravager ready. If you recall, we spoke about the German taxi. There it is. Rogue, he's loading up. He's moving out. Ooh, 3 more volleys. Can he break through? What about us? He can. He does force a cancel. Nicely done. Once again, he denies the fourth base. Limited larva here for Rogue. Classic, he will get away. There's not enough Lings, and not enough Zerglings to really punish. Dropper Lords are moving in. Here comes Rogue. And can he catch out these Stalkers? Warbin is going to finish. Storm is done. Uh-oh. Okay, Storm is complete. Oof. Storms, they connect with the Roaches, and they will soften them up. The Roaches are going down. Classic holds. Ooh, I say that. Yeah, Storms, they do connect. Classic, he will hold on. Classic, that Templar, they barely do pull away. Oh, the Oracle goes down, though. Yeah, a bit of an overextension out of Classic. Does with the Oracle, but he will save the base. He saves the expansion, and Classic takes the lead. What did Rogue lose? Rogue, he lost his 4th and his 5th base. He lost 2 expansions as he tried to expand. Likewise, Rogue committed very hard. Ah, the miss rally. But Rogue, he committed very hard there with the German taxi, with the Dropper Lords, and he failed to break the expansion. He failed to really break the army as well. So Rogue is in the right position. Ducklings are getting in. Nicely done. I mean, again, this is very necessary damage here for Rogue. Sips into the main base. Behind this, Hive is on the way. Rogue, if you remember, he threw down the Hydra Den. Rogue, his drone count is very low, though. Very low drone count. So the tech is there. Hive, Lurker Den, Hydra Den. Lurkers are morphing in. But the economy is lacking here for Rogue. Classic does recover back at home, and you said I see Fleet Beacon. This kind of validates what we spoke about at the start of the game, if you remember, where Classic, typically when he takes a lead in a game, instead of pressing his advantage and going for the kill, he just takes up and he gets ready for Sky Toss. That's what's happening here. Classic, he's in a better position, and he could be throwing down extra gateways, could be committing and trying to kill Rogue. He decides not to. Instead, get further ahead, embrace Sky Toss, go to the late game. This is where Classic is at his best, in the late game. So why risk it? Why risk it? Just take up, slow the game down, get into Sky Toss. Meanwhile, the armies, they pass by each other. We do have Lurkers pushing in towards the 4th base. At the same time, Classic does counterattack, going for the 3rd. Yeah, Lurkers a little bit too far back. Storm, no major connection here. But we're going to be trading bases. Or at least we should be. So Rogue will lose 1 expansion. Classic, he should get this southern base as well. At the same time, Rogue, he is late to snipe this Nexus. Very late. He's already lost 2 bases. 2 bases, a mineral line. There's Rico back home. No shot. Can Classic save the base? Here come the Storms. Yeah, Storms do connect. Storms are connecting. Classic is racing back home. The Nexus will still go down. But this is still a better trade for Classic. Classic, he lost 1 base for 2. So 1 for 2 trade. Here comes the interception. Lurkers, they're not gonna get down. They're not gonna get out. Massive blink. Guesses of the Lurkers, and GG gets called. Classic, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very strong showing here out of Classic, as he was able to dominate Rogue when it came to the early timing. The early blink timing was brutal, and Rogue, he just could not save his base as he fell behind as a result. And Rogue, he tried to go for his own all-in with his own German taxi, but again, he failed to get damage done. He did not break the base, he did not reset the army. Rogue, he lost 2 bases, he lost a mineral line, he lost his main army, and he tried to take up into Lurkers, but because of all the earlier losses, Rogue, he was getting into Lurker tech, but getting into Lurkers with a very low economy. He had, what was it, 68 drones. He had 3 base saturation while getting into Hive tech. So the tech was there, the economy was not. The bases weren't either. So Rogue, he stumbled his way into the mid game, and Classic was able to look very in form. And now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. Here we go. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. And again, the pressure is on Rogue here. And we'll see if he can do something quirky. I will say, I mentioned this before, coming into the series, Classic is the heavy favorite. He has the best late game PvC in the world, and he is straight up arguably even the best Protoss in the world right now. Playing Standard is not going to work here. I feel like Rogue has to rely on something quirky, something different. And to be fair, Rogue was trying to do something different last game. That's why he went into the Queen drops. That's why he went into the Drop Lord. That's why he went into the All-In. But the problem is that he stumbled his way into it because of the lost expansions. Here, we'll see if he can tighten things up, and we'll see if he can get into his aggressive build. Now, I don't think he's going to go for the same build 2 games in a row. I don't think we're going to go for another Drop Lord setup, but we could go into Mutas. We could go into Mutas. We could go into a Ling Hydra heavy composition instead. We could double down with Ling Bane Roach Ravager. There are other ways to be aggressive in this matchup. We'll see which one Rogue goes for. We're expecting one of them. Here we go. Expecting aggression in some form. For now, standard opener. Likewise, Classic, he should be going for, once again, Stargate opener. Last game, he went into early Blink. This time, I would imagine that Classic is going to mix it up. Remember, last game was not a standard opener by Classic. I mean, I guess the opener was standard, but the build itself was not, as he opened up Oracle, Stargate, third base into early Blink. This time we could go for a standard build, we can go for a standard Blink timing instead with a Forge, or we can go for something more aggressive. We'll keep an eye on Classic. For now, based on the final placement, it should be a Stargate. Classic, he has been fond of these early Blink builds, but there's again a lower chance that he does it 2 games in a row. Lower chance that it works 2 games in a row. The Oracle's on the way. The Oracle's rallying out. Keeping an eye out for extra gateways. But update in the shade, they do not get into the mineral line, so nice movement here by Rogue. Very nice. Zones away. The Oracle is coming, so is a third, and then we're waiting for the tech. Then we will be waiting for Classic's tech. Third base has been thrown down. And show us what you got. And there it is, early Twilight Council. So far, this is lined up. So far, this is the same build. So early Twilight Council, the gate was being thrown down a little bit earlier this time though. So there's a higher chance that this time we're not going into early Blink, we're going into early Glaives. I mean, both are still options, both are still viable here. As one of the Oracles does barely go down. Nice snipe. Nice snipe out of Rogue. Now, I'm a little bit scared if Rogue does skip his Roaches. There it is. Glaive Adepts are on the way. There's a reason why, I think earlier in the broadcast, someone did say like, oh, like, you know, there's a reason why no one does this, and we wanted to push against that narrative because the reality is we see this quite often. Glaive Adepts here out of Classic, we've seen it quite often in recent times, especially in EWC, this week in RSL, last week in RSL. This can hit very hard, and Rogue, thankfully, is getting a Roach Warren. So it is not uncommon for Zerg players to skip their tech and to skip their Roach Warren. Not uncommon. This time the Rogue, he's playing it safe, but he still has to scout what's going on. Now, if Rogue drones, if he drones up, if he fails to realize what's happening, and if he fails to scout what's coming his way, then this will hit like a truck. Links out, oh, does not confirm. He sees 4 Adepts, that's normal, right? 4 Adepts is normal. He has not seen the Mass Adept yet. And now he knows. Yeah, now he sees big scout here for rogue. He knows what's going on. Spinecrawler is going to be thrown down. Spinecrawler here at the third base. He just completely evacuates. He just abandons the third. He gives up on FAppy. Abandons the third base. He gets the hell out of there. Adepts are moving in. They'll find nothing at the third, or just 2 drones. As 1 drone goes down, takes out the Spinecrawler. Rogue, he has the full wall here at the natural. Let's have a full wall. Adepts say shade in, but the wall is solid. Yeah, the wall is solid. The wall does buy time, and Rogue, he will shut this down. He will clean this up. Whew. Again, a very nice defense here by Rogue, and the MVP of this game was what? Was the Ling, right? Was that Ling scout. Was able to see the Adepts, was able to react in time. And this is where Classic is in a worse position. We spoke about this during the Rogue versus Geralt game, if you recall. We spoke about how if this fails to get damaged, the Glaive Adept build, it does set behind everything else. +1 is delayed. Blink is delayed. The follow-up is going to be delayed. And I do like this from Rogue. He's going for what? Going for Overlord speed. We're going for a counterattack. We're building up and getting ready to load up into another German taxi. Again, at this level of play, you don't get Overlord speed unless you plan on making drop lords. And this is going to be a really good way for Rogue to capitalize on his lead as he is ahead. Like Rogue, he's got the Hydrogen on the way, Rogue speed, here come the drop lords already morphing in, and Rogue is getting ready for his push. Now, I'm a little bit on the fence as to whether or not, or as to how this is going to work out actually, just because this is similar to last game. I don't know if you noticed, last game Rogue, he went for the German taxi, he loaded up on the drop lord while he was teching. He's doing the same thing here. What do we have? Hydrogen. Hydrogen gets thrown down. Hydra upgrades are on the way, and I wouldn't be surprised if he throws down infestation pits. If he does, like, this is all money, this is all resources invested somewhere else. Like his heart isn't in this. Like, he's massing up an army right now, but at the same time he's got like 1 foot in tech as well. Like, he's got 1 foot like further in the game, in a longer game I should say. But he's building up nothing but Ling Rogue Ravager, and Classic is coming to him. This will be better for Rogue. Rogue has not been droning. You can see here, no drones. No drones, no saturation. Classic sees, he confirms. Yeah, Classic confirms no saturation. That is scary. He has to get the hell out of here. Classic kills the base. At the same time, the wall is herO. The wall is open. The wall is open. Lings, they do get into the middle line. Probes are going down. And Classic, he's just committing here. He's got his own Soul Train, Mass Adept as Sentry Immortal. Shows the force fields. The Wiles! Oh my god, like crazy army. Yeah, Classic not paying attention, he was focusing elsewhere. As back at home, probes are still going down and damage is still being done. Losing 14, 15 workers. This army still has potential. Stasis goes off. Wiles, they take down one of the sentries. 1, 2 sentries go down. Very nice force fields. Gee, Classic, calm down. Force fields the army, takes down the Ravagers. Classic, he does fight well for himself, but he still did lose a mineral line. There we go, knocks down the rocks. Make sure he doesn't get flanked. Instead, Rogue, he just counterattacks. Good call. Does go for the counterattack, the army recalls back home. Can he save the expansion? Oh, not quite. Yeah, won't be able to. The base goes down. And Rogue, he should be... Yeah, it does catch out the Immortal. Massive catch. He should be able to max out. Now, Rogue, his own economy, his own bases are lackluster. That is true. Rogue, he's only on 65 workers. The economy's not there. Even though Classic just lost the base, Classic, he has a better economic game state. Like, Classic is looking better here. Rogue has to end it soon. He's got to end it. Force shields get knocked down. Biles, one of them does connect. Ooh, this Biles like crazy army once again. They do trigger the shields. Rogue trying to get on top of the Immortals. It looks like Rogue, he will do so. Yeah, he barely breaks through the Adepts, takes out one of the Immortals. There's 2 Immortals left, and Rogue, he's done it. Whew. Rogue, he breaks on through, takes down 3 Immortals. And again, I feel like Classic probably could have held here if he didn't lose those 15 probes earlier. Like, again, he just took so much damage as he was pushing. And we are going to game 3. Going to the ace match here. Rogue does move in, bows out the Oracle. And there should not be an army here. I mean, there's nothing left, right? There's nothing left. There's a handful of Stalkers. The base will go down. And Rogue is fighting back. And remember, what does this come down to? It came down to the scouting link, right? The MVP Zergling. Remember, as soon as the Zergling saw all the enough shading across the map, what did Rogue do? He threw down a Spine Crawler, and he fully walled off, and he evacuated the mineral line, so he only lost one drone. Right? Again, like, the MVP Zergling GG gets called, and Rogue ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3, and I'm curious to see what map we load into. I'm curious. If we load into a more aggressive map, this is where Rogue can pop off, and where he can maybe catch Classic with his pants down. If we load into a more defensive map, that's where I'm going to be more concerned for Rogue, as Classic can do what he does best. Turtle up and embrace Sky Toss. We'll see. Oh. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is, I would say, the most defensive map in the map pool. The most defensive map. It's known for turtle heavy play. This does favor a player that does decide to back off and turtle up on 4 bases, on 4 expansions. So this is where Classic is going to be at the advantage. This is where the pressure is going to be on Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. This morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Protoss Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Whew, and we've made it. So we made it all the way to game 3, made it all the way to the ace match, and we'll see. We'll see how our players will adjust. We'll see how Rogue will approach this. As I mentioned, Tokamak is known for having a very secure 4-base setup. As you can see here, we have the triangular 3rd base, we have the triangular 4th base as well. We have choke points leading into them, and we have this. We have rocks in between, closing off this otherwise pathway into the natural. This does mean that there are only 2 locations. Only 2 locations to defend against or on 4 bases. So 2 locations to defend. So it's easier here for a Protoss player to split up their army, to split up, to split off, and to defend those 2 locations at once, to rotate as well, and to slow the game down. Likewise, if Classic does decide to be more defensive here, that does give Classic the opportunity to tech up and to be greedy. So there's a bit of a give and take. Bit of a give and take here. Some players are building up. Once again, as a reminder, typically Classic, he doesn't open up defensive and open up more macro oriented. He's willing to be aggressive early on, and then after he gets a lead, then start to expand, then start to take up, and then start to slow things down. Typically. So game 1 we saw early blink, game 2 we saw glaives, game 3 what's it going to be? What haven't we seen yet? Technically there are some quirky builds out there where you can go into something like Archon drops, or you can go into like Soul Train-esque Immortal All-Ins. I wouldn't be surprised if Classic goes into early blink again. It would make sense. Like early blink is solid here on Tokamak to deny the 4th base. We'll see. Should have cheered for the failed German taxi. Oh no. Thanks for the great commentary. Oh, thank you, Papi. Thank you. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As the Stargate is finishing up. From here, Classic can expand, take his 3rd base. And once again, we are waiting for that Twilight Council to see the timing of the Twilight Council to let us know whether we should be expecting earlier tech. So far, Classic has gone for the early Twilight Council both games. Every game in the series. Link does move in. So far, nice defense out of Classic. Some things they do dip into the main. They get a free scout of the main base, but there's nothing to really see here. Does waste energy on the Oracle, so not bad. And from here, Classic will expand. There's the third base. Third base gets thrown down. Classic, he's building up his gas. And what's it going to be spent on? Oh, one probe. Rogue does snipe one worker. Lings are chased down. We have the money. Do we throw down some tech? There it is. Early Twilight Council. So early Twilight Council out of Classic. From here, we should be seeing extra gateways. Oh, never mind. So Twilight Council into Forge. You have my attention. I mean, Classic, he did bank up his resources here. So this is more indicative of just Blink and +1 into a standard opener. Otherwise, technically, this could be charge, right? It could be +1 and charge. That's also going to be an available option. And let's move out. As they move out, Lings, they move in. They take down the pylon. Can we force a cancel? Classic out of position. Classic is out of position. The base is getting low. Oracle's a race back home. And this is nice damage here from Rogue. But Adepts take it. Oh god, never mind. Adepts take it across the map, and there's a bit of a give and take here. The Lings dealt so much damage because the Adepts were out of position. They're out of position because they got across the map. They get 3 drones and they deny mining time. So a bit of a give and take here. Rogue lost workers, did take a blow to his economy. At the same time, did kill a pylon, but didn't get much else actually. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, yep, Blink and +1. So this should not be hitting a timing to break the 4th base like you saw previously. Kind of building up, the upgrades are on time. Like this is kind of the more standard build here. Or this is the standard, the go-to in PvZ. So from here we can establish the 3rd base, then we can work towards a 4th base and take up into splash damage, most likely Storm, potentially Colossus. This is the most tame approach that Classic has had so far in this series. Oh! Oracle takes a lot of hits. Pulls away. There's the tech of choice. It's going to be Storm. Ooh, nice cancellation on the 4th though. Okay. Sorry, the 5th base, I should say. So it does cancel the 5th. And Classic, he is being active, but again, this timing here is nowhere near as strong as it was previously in Game 1. He's poking in. Rogue, have we been cutting units? Lings are on the way, that is true. No Roach Warren. Uh-oh. That's plenty. Okay, plenty of Lings. Plenty of Zerglings here. Comes in for the surround. We'll catch out some of the Oracles. Sorry, some of the Stalkers, I meant to say. Oracles are in position, and Classic will hold. We'll zone away the Lings. We have more reinforcements coming in. Classic, he can actually keep going. Oh, and Rogue is taking. We have the Infestation Pit. Now is not the time. The pit is on the way. Classic, it's going to be close. The Oracle's out of energy. The Oracles are out. More Lings going down, but Rogue, he's holding. So Rogue, he does defend. He saves his 4th base. As we mentioned, like, this timing is weaker this game compared to Game 1 from Classic. So we didn't expect him to break the 4th, but he's been getting value nonetheless. He's been trading well. Like even here, the Oracles, they just go ham. Ooh, Stalkers get surrounded, and Classic, he may have overextended. There's the recall. Does recall back home, but that was what? That was 6 Stalkers going down. Those are expensive losses. Rogue trading minerals for gas. So much more efficient trades here from Rogue. And now Classic is stuck at home. Rogue has gained map control. Still flooding across the map. Does not get a Stalker. Classic is holding. Rogue, I would say maybe overinvested into these Lings, but he just heavily droned up. He just droned up. He was just droned up to 92. Oh my god. 92 workers. As Rogue, he droned up as hard as he could. Hive is on the way. And I believe he has no tech. Oh, this I'm not so fond of. So Rogue has map control. He drones up to 92. That is solid, right? Like the drone count, the economy is solid for Rogue. He's trying to crash in. So far, Classic is holding. As we mentioned, it is hard to break a defending player, a turtling player on Tokamak. It is very difficult. As you can see, we're turtling up. Cannons, shield batteries, Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Skytoss. Like Classic is doing what you want to do on Tokamak, turtle up into Skytoss. Now, what concerns me here is that Rogue didn't have a Hydroden, which means what? Lingbane Ultra. Lingbane Ultra. And Lingbane Ultra does best when you fight out in the open, when you have potential for surrounds. When it comes to trying to push into a 4-basing turtling player like this, it's not going to be pretty here. It's going to be very inefficient from Rogue. He's going to be basically ramming his head against a brick wall, and I don't know if he can break through. I don't think his head is hard enough. I'll be on, like, Ultras, like, they're great and all, but it's basically it's almost like a quote-unquote all-in. What I mean by that, right now Rogue could be doing what? He could be getting a Spire, he could be getting a Hydrogen, he could be getting ready for the Skytoss, right? Because he isn't getting ready for the Skytoss, as the game goes on, it's going to get better and better for Classic, because Rogue has no good answer for the Skytoss, because he's committing into Lingbane Ultra. So Rogue, he's kind of putting himself on a timer here. First, gee, the Storms, they shut down the Banelings. Banelings do not get in. Again, Classic, he's getting ready to receive. He's just fully walling up. He's like, come at me. And the Skytoss is amassing. And again, we have Ultras to do with the Skytoss. Like, that's what I mean. Like, Rogue, he's on a timer. The longer this game goes on, the better it will be for Classic. And here we go. We're going for the drop. We're going for the Doom drop. We have 5 drop lords morphing in. Going for a massive Ling drop, actually. Ultras are building up. It's going to be Ultra with Mass Queen, which means we can transfuse. And the main base is exposed. True. Sure, we have all these cannons and shield batteries at the 3rd and 4th base, but the main base is exposed. So Rogue going for a bit of a Hail Mary play. This can work. Lings, they come in first round. Maybe deflected. Now we have double Spire on the way for Rogue, but again, this is late, right? These are late Spires. But here comes the drop. And drop into the main base. There is some production. Tempers are here, a couple of Zealots, some cannons. And these Lings are not going to get anything done. Yeah, Lings, they get shut down on the front lines. Meanwhile, in the main base, they also get shut down as well. Lings, they get 8 probes and a gateway and a cannon. And not worth it. Classic holds. Classic, he holds, and the Tempest count is getting higher and higher. What do we have so far? 2 Tempests and 2 carriers. We're making 2 Tempests at a time. Mothership is on the way. Tectonic destabilizers, +1 air attack. Classic, he's perfecting his army. And Rogue is still stuck with Lingbane Ultra. And he's going for, okay, for a moment there I thought it was another Doom drop. But he's still stuck with Lingbane Ultra. He's going to try to brute force his way in. Classic's out of position. Nice storms though. And the Tempests have arrived. Yeah, another storm on the Banelings. Oh my god. Banelings are trying to slip in. They're trying to slip by, and they will. The Archon's in position. Yeah, the Archon's in position. 14 probes go down. Nice damage. And down go all the Ultras. Right, down go all the Ultras. In a head-on fight, Classic wins. But Classic did just lose a mineral line. Like 16 probe kills. That's pretty good. That's what Rogue is hoping for. So Rogue, he does get the mineral line. Rogue, he remaxes with, once again, Lingbane Ultra. Now, he does have Neural, and he's slowly building up the spell cachers. This is important. This is maybe the most crucial thing that Rogue is doing here, is they slowly building up the Infestor count and the Viper count. This will be important when up against Skytoss. As long as he doesn't throw it away. Like, we want to slowly build this up and get it ready for the Sky Zerg army. Because here they come. Double Spire, double upgrades. We're slowly getting ready for that Mass Corruptor switch. You don't want to make the Corruptors yet, right? You want to wait for the upgrades. Do you want to wait for those upgrades? Obviously, the scary thing is, Classic is now maxed, right? He's been turtling until maxed out, and now he's pushing. Oh boy. And Rogue, he doesn't have the best army for this. The Infestors have potential. He can fungal. He can try to lock this down. He can neural as well. As Classic moves in, Rogue going for the counterattack. It's all about buying time. It's all about buying time at this point. Oof. Yeah, Ling Run by attempted. Classic is being kept at home. And what's the purpose here? What's the goal for Rogue? Wait for the upgrades, right? He's just trying to buy time for the upgrades. Then when the upgrades kick in, then we can build up Corruptors. Unfortunately, there's no Greater Spire, so there's no potential for Broodlords. Like, Broodlords aren't available. Classic rotates. Rogue, he does have an opening. Potentially. He's coming for the surround. Yeah, fighting the army. Fungal does connect. Going for the slow zone. Decent storms. But the Ultras are breaking through. They're breaking through the Archons. Yeah, Archons are going down. Mass feedback with the Infestors. Infestors are falling. Oh, we can't quite afford to lose that. Yeah, the Infestors are being targeted down, one after the other. The Skydra's army does hold, and here comes a Corruptor rematch with Rogue. He's broke. No, Rogue, he has no gas. Rogue, he's supply blocked, he has no gas. Zella run by across the map, and the Skydra's army is breaking through, and it was risky, right? It was risky to delay the Spires for as long as he did. And it looks like it's not worth it. It looks like it may not have been worth it here. This base will fall. I mean, Rogue could just ignore it. He could just ignore the Sky Toss. Can we commit to the base trade? There's a recall. There's a recall back home. Classic, he will save the expansion. And how many Infestors went down? 4. Okay, not bad. 4 Infestors. The majority, I believe, were saved. We have 6 left. So 6 Infestors survived. I was concerned that all these Infestors will be hunted down. If they were, I think that would have been game. But Rogue does preserve them. Now, my concern, though, as you can see, the economy. Rogue, he's been delaying his gases. He did not take his gases here at the fringe bases. So Rogue, he doesn't really have a bank. Needs those gases. Needs to build up. Going for another Doom Drop. Now, the other scary thing, of course, is that Classic didn't lose a single Skytoss unit, right? The Carriers and Tempest all survived that fight. They all survived. And there's how many Corruptors? 15. It's decent. Rogue is getting into 2-2 upgrades. Storm of the drops. Ooh, another Storm. Nice Burrow. Did Classic notice? Don't think he did. Links back into the main base. Going for the Stargate. Lings are being cleaned up. Lings, they unburrow here in the natural. We're just pulling back. But again, once again, this is all about buying time, right? It's all about buying time. 12 probe kills. 2-2 is almost done, right? The 2-2 upgrades are almost complete for Rogue. He's almost there. Now, this entire time, Classic, I mean, he's had a goal base, so that does help him recover when it comes to some of those losses. Taking another expansion. Another base on the way. You could argue that he's a little bit spread thin, but, I mean, again, if he's mainly mined out here at the triangular third base, he also has a wall of cannons to buy time for a recall or for a rotation. So Classic, he can freely take this base. Like, this base should be untouched, as it's right next to his army. Ooh, as Classic, he does see an opportunity. He's going for the Ultras. They're getting caught out. Corruptors, they have 2-2 upgrades. 3-3 is soon to begin. Here come the Corruptors. They capture the Oracles. Gets both. Oh, just gets one. One Oracle goes down, but the Ultras are getting caught. They're getting cornered. The Ultras. There's no way out of this. Gets a sentry. That's what he gets. Kills one sentry for the Ultras. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, very efficient from Classic. Rogue couldn't engage. Rogue is getting to his own 3/3 upgrades, +3 range, +3 fire attack. Greater Spire is almost done for Broodlords. And again, Rogue, he's getting to that more ideal like Broodlord Infestor composition, Broodlord Viper Infestor. But again, it's just very delayed because of all the ultras, and he still needs a little bit more time. Classic's moving in. Okay, what do we have to work with? We have 6. I would say that the carrier count is too high. We have 6 carriers. It's a lot of carriers. We have 4 Tempests, 11 Archons. Jesus, 11 Archons. Oh, as Roki threatens an engage. Going for the recall. Yeah, Mothership gets in. Mothership gets in. We're going for the Hive. And we have control of the ramp. Yeah, Ultras, they're going to have a hard time pushing up into this. Rogue, is he going to try? He's going for it. There's the Microbial Shroud. As here we go, he tries to push up. Massive Power Bomb, massive Fungals as well. And Corruptors, are they going to be enough? They're stacking. Oh, the Corruptors, they stack in the Storms. Every Corruptor's going to go down. And with that, Classic, he'll take the fight. He'll take the fight. He resets the Corruptor counts, cleans up all the Ultras, and Rogue, he has nothing left. Rogue, he'll lose everything. He plummets in supply. We have a 15 Ultra Remax, but there's still Sky Toss. We have 16 Ultras on the way. Let's go. Oh no, the eggs. The eggs are going down. Oh my god. He camps to take. That's 3 Ultras. He gets 3 Ultras before they hatch. So from 16 down to 13. And Classic, he still has this ramp. Again, because of this choke point, that's why he traded so well against the Ultras. Ultras are moving in. Again, 13 Ultras. Ah, the Spires. Oh, the Spires are going down. Going for the Mass Storm. There's the recall. And Rogue, he's in a brutal position. He's in a brutal position here. Now, Rogue, this is where, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how the soup works. The soup can lie here. He has Mass Ultra, but he did squeeze out a couple of Corruptors. A couple of Corruptors did actually spawn in. How many? 11, soon to be 13. 13 Corruptors. Meanwhile, you can see the Classic has a fresh base. He has a fresh mine. He just has to saturate, but he has a fresh mining base available. Oh, okay. So they're racing back home. Classic, he does have to clean up his bases here. He's oversaturated and undersaturated at the fresh mining base. So Classic, we got to tighten up. And again, Rogue, he lost the Hive. He lost the Hive, he lost the Spires, both of them. He lost the Greater Spire as well. The Ultra Cavern is bleeding out as he speaks, same with the Infestation Pit. It's one of those things where we said it before, the soup does lie here, where Rogue, he remax instantly, but it doesn't matter, right? He remax with Mass Ultra. And pushing into this is not going to be easy here. Not just that, but Rogue, sure, he remax, he has no bank. He has no gas bank. Like, the gas is quite limited here for Rogue, so he can't be wasteful with his army either. He can't, like, go in, trade, and then remax. He doesn't have the money for it. I mean, he can remax with Zerglings, I suppose. There's minerals, sure. Ooh, as Zell's taken into the mineral line, and drones are going down. Nice bar. Classic is caught back up. And you can see that Classic is making less Sky Toss and more Immortals. That's just ideal against Ultras, right? He's going for a more Immortal heavy composition. More Immortals. Still a low Tempest count. Remember, there's still no Spire. Like, doubling down on Sky Toss would be the play here. Classic, you'll take down another expansion. Another Zell run by. Thankfully, there are Spine Coolers. And we got the minerals for it. Oh, now this is what's terrifying here. Is that there's no pressure on Classic. Classic, he just got a fresh full mining base, and now he's getting another, right? And because of where these bases are centralized, all he has to do is park his army here, right? Park his army here in the center. He defends the gold, he defends the southern fresh base, and the bottom right as well, right? He defends all three bases in one location, and he can take this base, which is still relatively untouched. Rogue, he attempted to take this base earlier, and he has mined it somewhat, but for the most part, there's still plenty of resources, and Classic can eventually take the space for himself. So there's no pressure. Like, Classic has the better army, he has the more efficient army, and he has plenty of bases to mine from. So there's nothing forcing Classic to push in. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's mining out. Rogue, he's mining out. He has top left, and he'll have center left. He's trying to take that expansion. Rogue, he could try to pressure this base, or he could just keep pushing further in towards, like, the tech, which is about to expire. Oh, thankfully, there's creep. Tech is saved. Where's the hive? Oh, here. At the mined out third. At the linear third base is where the hive is being rebuilt. Once again, all Classic has to do is just snipe this base. It's a kill, not a cancel, and Classic, he will remain ahead. The reasoning for this, with this base belonging to Classic, that is the map cut in half. The map evenly cut in half when it comes to bases, and as you know, Zerg players, they need to be up a base to be even with the Protoss. So, with an even base count, Protoss is ahead, at least economically. And they have the more efficient army as well. Now, when it comes to the main fight, these infestors have potential. I don't want to understate that. We have a lot of infestors building up. We're making 2 more infestors. Mass neural is a thing, right? So the ultras, that's a lot of ultras to take over the ground. If we can mass neural the sky or mass neural some of the immortals, Rogue has potential. How many infestors? 17 infestors. That's a lot of fungal, that's a lot of neural. So Rogue can still take a fight. But the problem is, as we mentioned, like, there's no pressure for Classic, because Classic, he has a better economy. Like, he has more bases, or a better base count. As he takes center right. It's like rotating over. Does spot the army. Oh. Does keep pushing in. Does go for the mass micro shroud. Ooh, brutal storm though. Infestors are going to be zoned away, losing 1, 2, 3 infestors go down. It's a lot of infestors falling. Better fight here for a Classic. Basically, all the Sky Zerg was out of position. The Corruptors were out of position. They were busy with the Warp Prism, so big, nice bait out of Classic. He baited out the Corruptors. Classic, he out trades. And we went from 17 down to 14. 14 infestors. Does go for the neural on one of the Archons. Storm on Zerglings, Corruptors go for the dive. Are there enough Archons? Yeah, Storms, they do zone away. And Corruptors, they take care of most of the Tempest here. 1, 2, 3, the Tempest are going down. Rogue, he takes it. He takes the fight. He neurals. Catching up more carriers. More carriers going down. Again, barely a better fight here for Rogue. Classic has to rebuild. He has to rebuild. Again, the Archon count wasn't there. He did not have enough Archons. The Corruptors were not punished. He had mainly High Templar, mainly Storm. And what are we remaxing on? Oh, we can just neural. Yeah, here comes the mass neural. The mass infestor. Let's go. Yeah, he neurals everything. And Rogue, I think he's done it. Rogue, he has done it. We spoke about it. The infestors, the MVPs. Neural the Archons, neural the Immortals as well. Just take the Protoss units away. Does get the expansion, true. Does get the expansion, but the Classic needs time to rebuild. He needs time to saturate. You can see here he's undersaturated. We saw this become an issue earlier. But does not have full saturation. And Rogue is remaxed. Rogue, he's remaxed. Rogue, he will take down this expansion. A crucial mining base here for Classic is going down. And Rogue, he's done it. Like, at this point, he has done it. He has a bank. He has how many infestors? 22. He's got almost a pure infestor. Let's go. Almost pure infestor. I mean, we still have a couple of Corruptors, a couple of Ultras as well. But 22 infestors. How do you deal with the Protoss? Just neural. Just neural everything. That's all you gotta do. Oh, the neurals. Let's go. Whew, hey. Okay, it was not easy. It was not. I was not convinced by going and committing into ultras as hard as Rogue did. I wasn't too convinced by it. I do think that it would have been a little bit easier if he had gone into Spires sooner. But I mean, he made it work. As scrappy as it was, right? Like he lost the hive, he lost the tech. Like it was still very back and forth, and there was still a lot in favor of Classic. But Rogue, he got there. He got there in the end. Not into Broodlord Infestor, but Infestor. with some Corruptors and Ultras, of course. But he got there. Speaking of Broodlord Infestor, Greater Spires on the way. I mean, is there any Skytoss? One mothership. So true. Greater Spires is a good way to make use of the Corruptors, as right now they're almost dead supply. As Rogue, he denies the expansion. He's taking it for himself. Big moment here for Rogue. Taking one of Classic's bases. So I'll take the expansion. Rogue securing himself. And again, Rogue should be fine. Despite the High Templar, despite the feedbacks and the storms, like there are enough infestors here where Rogue, he should still be able to just neural all the Immortals. And neural all the Archons. Just neural everything. At least all the high-tech units, I should say. This is where we see the cheeky move where we borrow the Infestor, we go in and then we neural the High Templar and just mass feedback. Let's go, baby, let's go. As Classic, he's retaking that center expansion, and he's attempting to. Rogue is setting up. Here we go. The Broodlords do morph in. The Broodlords have arrived. Spores are pushing forward. Very patient play here by Rogue. Very patient. Takes down the base. Broodlords are revealed. Tempest production is underway. Rogue decides to finish it. I mean, we spoke about it before. Here, the win condition for Rogue is deny this expansion and take it for himself. Right? He's starving Classic out by taking the space. Now the roles have been reversed. At this stage, there's no pressure on Rogue to push out. Right? There's nothing pressuring him. As the quote-unquote correct thing to do, the most efficient thing to do is just force the Protoss army to push into with the Spore Force, alongside the Neurals, the Infestors, the Broodlords. For Classic to push onto Creep. And for Rogue to take the best fight possible. As he's taking the base. Spores are pushing forward. Now, is he giving Classic an opportunity here? I would say so, but like, it's hard to really say that Classic can win a fight with this many Infestors. Obviously, there's a world where the Infestors clump, and then maybe we mass storm, and the Infestors get caught. True. There is a world where that happens, or some of the High Templar peel off, and we get some mass feedbacks going. Like Classic, he needs the best fight possible here to shut down all those Infestors. Now, another concern for me, we've been building up Tempest. Tell me, what's the anti-air? Rogue, he actually morphed every Corruptor into a Broodlord. So that is also a concern. The anti-air are the Spores, the Queens, and Neurals, right? Like, true, Infestors, they can neural all the Tempest, or enough Tempest, but the lack of Corruptors is a little bit concerning. As we're going for it. Ooh, Storms, they pop off, and we should not be pushing in. Yeah, Rogue, calm down. This is not the time. This is not the place. This is not where you want to engage. Actually, maybe. So RoKey bled off some ultras, and what do we have? Corruptors. So corruptor production has begun. So thankfully, RoKey's realized, like, hold up, my anti-air is lacking a little bit here. We need some corruptors. So 5 corruptors on the way. That's not enough, but it's something. Fungal doesn't connect. Nice VMAX. VMAX to connect with 3 infestors. Going for the dive. Storm on the ultras. Nice Fungal here on the Tempest. Going for the mass neural. Neurals 2 Tempest so far. And there we go. Does neural every single Tempest. That's the anti-air. Neurals everything. Tries to at least. Ooh, the infestors are going down. Infestors are going down. We're running out of neurals. Army blinks in. There's 1 Tempest left. And the mothership. Very messy fight. Classic trying to break through. Mothership goes down. Classic, he does break his way through. Takes the fight. And we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Gonna keep pushing. Classic will take down the expansion. But we have a remax. We have a remax of 12 ultras. And the infestors are coming back. They're coming back. Oof. They're trying to. Camps of production. Does catch one of the ultras. Gets 2 ultras. Not bad. Gets 2 ultras. As they pop out of the eggs. I don't think Classic can push in, by the way. We gotta calm down. Rogue is broke as well. Rogue, he's out of money. he's burned through his entire bank, remaxing with ultras. He made 10 more ultras against all these immortals. He's going for the neurals. Okay, does go for the neurals. Neurals 2 immortals. Ultras are moving in. And looks like there are enough ultras. Yeah, there are enough ultras. He does overwhelm, does surround. Rogue, he cleans up the army, takes out the middle line. GG gets called. Not the cleanest game, but Rogue, he will take it 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Hi. GG, well played. I'm still not convinced by the mass remaxing on ultras time and time again, but hey, Rogue, he made it work in the end, just barely. Did give Classic the opportunity. Classic, he was out trading, he was taking better fights, but the lack of resources, the lack of bank was really what was hindering Classic from really being able to sustain that army. That was what was important there, was he just never got his base back up and running after he lost that center right. If he could, different game, different story, but alas, he could not mine. And at the end of the game, both players were out of money. They were just both broke. But Rogue did barely pull it off. Not the cleanest end of game, not the cleanest fights, but Rogue, he got there. GG, well played. Rogue, he will claim the series. He takes Classic out of the tournament. And now we're getting into the semis, I believe. Let's catch up. That was a long game. That was a very long game, 36 minutes. Here we go, as we do have our lower semis. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Rogue, he will claim the series. Rogue, he's now up against MaxPax. MaxPax takes down Mana 2-0. We have Rogue versus MaxPax in the lower semis. We have a Shameless. Shameless takes down a Lambo 2-1. And Shameless is up against Nicaract. Meanwhile, Beyond takes down herO. That's an upset. That is an upset there. Very well done. GG, well played. As herO is typically dominant over Beyond. But Beyond takes down herO 2-0, and Beyond is up against Percival, and I believe they are mid-series. Yeah, so Wardy is covering Beyond versus Percival. We will not begin the semis without Wardy. So Wardy, he is covering Beyond versus Percival. They're in the ace match. When they wrap up, we'll be getting into the lower semis. We'll get there. So again, we have Shameless versus Nicaract, Beyond versus Percival still ongoing. MaxPax versus Rogue will soon begin. Will soon begin. Oh. Un momento. As readers are underway. Okay, and from here we have a moment. We do have a moment. We're going to be going on a break. Until then, though, let's catch up on the chat here. FY Shameless waiting for the winner of Percival and Beyond. Oh, okay, they might have wrapped up their series. My heart. It was a very stressful game. Very stressful. It was very, very back and forth. Crazy. Rogue taking a late game from Classic. It was in a really unique fashion as well, of course. Really unique fashion, with Rogue relying on Mass Ultra for quite some time, and before kind of getting into that more heavy Infestor-based composition. We don't often see a lot of, I mean, we don't really see this kind of style. Typically, whenever we see like Serral or Raynor get into the late game, it's typically getting into a more kind of Broodlord, Corruptor, Infestor, Viper kind of composition. Like this was very heavy Infestor out, very heavy Infestor Ultra out of Rogue. So a bit of a different kind of approach, a bit of a different kind of answer here, or approach to Classic in the late game. Very much so kind of a brute force style, heavily reliant on taking down bases and hindering the economy of Classic, and it barely worked. Barely though. It was it was again still very close and still very clutch, but congratulations to Rogue. Meanwhile, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here. We are waiting for Beyond vs Percival to wrap up. They just did. Beyond just took down Percival 2-1. We're going on a break. When we come back, we'll have MaxPax vs Rogue. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals. The semifinals here of the WardiTV Monday number 52. The first semifinals, of course. The upper semis is going to be getting ready for us as well as we are jumping into our PVZ and spawning in the purely PVZ tonight, actually. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. And Rogue, he just achieved something that very few can do. He just took down Classic in the late game. As I mentioned before, Classic, he has the best late game PvZ in the world. Better than MaxPax, better than herO. You don't get better than Classic, and Rogue just took him down. But what I will say is that MaxPax doesn't have to play for the late game. He can thrive in the mid game. He can be more aggressive, more assertive here, and we'll see how Rogue can compare to MaxPax. We'll see how the series will turn out. Oh boy. I should also, bearing in mind, I should also emphasize that it wasn't like Rogue was playing for the late game either. On Tokamak, it was different. Tokamak is known for late game, is known for longer game states, so Rogue did have a different approach there. But on these smaller maps, we do expect more aggression early on, and Rogue was very in the face of Classic, if you recall. We saw a lot of German taxis, a lot of mixed results as well, but we do expect aggression out of Rogue in this series. We expect aggression. And I think I still lean towards MaxPax here. Like when it comes to like early and mid game aggression and early and mid game all-ins, I feel like MaxPax, he's known for his defensive play. He's known for surviving and weathering the storm for the most part. Like we have seen him falter against players like Solar, against players like Rogue in the past as well, and of course the other top European Zerg players. But we'll see. We'll see how they compare. We'll see how MaxPax differs from Classic. Now, from Classic, we saw a lot of early blink timings out of our... I say a lot of early blink timings. Technically, we saw 3 different openers out of Classic. Game 1, he went early blink. Game 2, he went glaives. And Game 3, he went for a standard build and a standard game. So we'll see how MaxPax does open up. For now, Stargates. We do expect to see Stargates in every game. Stargate opens every single game. But the follow-up, the timing of the Twilight Council is what we're looking for. We'll keep an eye out for the timing. We'll keep an eye out for the follow-up build. Show us what you got. From here, MaxPax is getting into his own third base. Again, just Stargate open into a third. Everything's looking normal from MaxPax. Likewise, herO going hatch gas pool into a third base as well. It's a little bit too early to really commit into anything. This is one of the downsides nowadays of ZVP, is the early game is pretty played out, pretty standard. Now, there are times where we do see like Twilight Council openers or Robo openers or something crazy. Speaking of, that is going to be an earlier Twilight Council out of MaxPax. My eyes are on our Protoss. But it's typically few and far between to get into anything but a Stargate. It's quite rare. But again, early Twilight Council, gateways being thrown down. This does look like Glaive Adepts. Yeah, this screams Glaives here. Technically, this could be a late Forge with early Blink. But we're leaning more heavily towards Glaives. Show us what you got. 2 drones go down. Twilight Council is done. Going into early blink. Okay, early blink, late Forge. I say late Forge. There should be a Forge by now, even with early blink timing. Yeah, there it is. I was like, what's going on? Forge now gets thrown down. Now, if you remember, this is the same build that we saw from Classic in Game 1 of his series. The goal here, the purpose is early blink into what? An early blink move out with Mass Blink Stalker to break the 4th expansion and to gain momentum. To gain momentum to slow down the Zerg. Rogue playing it safe, +1 at melee into early Roach Warren. Or safety Roach Warren, maybe a better way of putting it. So Rogue, he's playing it safe, didn't lose many workers here to the Oracles. Lings do move out. And MaxPax should be amassing up his Stalkers. Stalkers are amassing. They are warping in. And Rogue, he's actually cutting workers early, cutting workers at 53. So massing up more Lings, 4th base is thrown down here towards the top side. Lings, they catch out some Stalkers. Shield Barrier running a lot of time. Yeah, Shield Barrier does buy time. Lings pull away, MaxPax he holds. And MaxPax, he's checking for the bases. You see, he wants the 4th. it's on the other side. So MaxPax out of position. Unfortunately, checked the wrong location. Rotating over. Does rotate to the top side. And these Zerglings, they will not help in the defense. They're going for the attack instead, which means the space may fall. Yeah, Lings, they hit the 3rd, put their Zealots in position. Oracles turn around. Oh, nice defense though. Rogue holds. Rogue defense back at home. He does force a recall. And Rogue is in a better position here. Kind of. Rogue, he defends the 4th base, but do you see what I see? No drones. Where are the drones? Where's the saturation? Hydras. We're going for a 3-base all-in. So Rogue is going for the counter 3-base all-in. Massling Hydra, no expansion. Sorry, no mineral line, no droning. Does come in for the surround. Catching out 3 zealots, not bad. Oh, who is it? No, who is it? Is it me? Is it a player? No, Sub-Zero. Aye. There we go. Unfortunately, one of the other casters. One of the other casters was lagging out. Feels bad, man. We're back. We're good to go. And again, Roki's all in. Remember, no drones. No drones, no saturation. Purely Ling Hydra. And can he break the expansion? Storm is still on the way. Remember, Storm was delayed because of the early blink, because of +1. Because of the commitment into Mass Stalker. The Storm is almost complete. Hydras are revealed. Lings, oh, they get caught out. And Rogue, can he break down the expansion? He doesn't have enough to break the army. Kites back, takes care of all the Lings, sorry, all the Zealots, I should say. Lings are coming from behind. Attempt to surround, but there aren't that many Lings left over. Yeah, not enough. Not enough Zerglings. MaxPax he's holding is getting on top of the Hydras. Expensive losses for Rogue. And MaxPax holds. MaxPax he holds. He can even try to chase. Oh. Catching out a couple of Hydras. And the longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Rogue. As Rogue, he has no economy. He has no economy. He has no follow-up. He has no tech. He's down 15 workers. And MaxPax just getting further ahead. Storm is done. And I'll be honest, I don't see this all in working when Storm is ready here for MaxPax. Oh boy. Rogue collapsing in. Storms, they do connect. One more Storm available, connects with the Hydras. No more Link Vein, does get the expansion. But Rogue, he needs more than that. He's gonna keep going. He's trying. Gets both Archons. Oh, no, never mind. There we go. Does get both Archons. Getting on top of some of the Stalkers. But Rogue just doesn't have enough Zerglings here. Yeah, not enough Zerglings. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and MaxPax will take game number 1. Whew. GG. MaxPax does take a lead in the series. Again, it was a really interesting early game. So Rogue, he was able to defend against the early blink timing from MaxPax because of his counter Ling aggression. And he did well. He defended well. He was able to deal some counter damage, and he chose not to macro from there. If Rogue wanted to, he could have droned, right? He could have droned up, he could have saturated. He chose instead to go for the 3-base all-in. He chose instead to go Massling Hydra. Unfortunately, he did run out of steam. Unfortunately, he let out a lot of Zerglings ahead of time. If you remember, one of the brutal moments was Rogue trying to go for these Ling run-bys at the natural as he was going for the all-in, and he kept leading out more and more Zerglings. He lost a lot of supply there, and he did not have enough to reinforce his army. In the end, MaxPax holds. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax takes a lead, and MaxPax is 1 game away from claiming the series. As up next, we're loading into Incorporeal. This is another one of these maps where I do expect an all-in. Like, we expect all-ins here on Incorporeal from the side of Rogue. Again, the one game where Rogue was able to get into the late game against Classic and take him to the late game was on Tokamak, because we expect late game on Tokamak. Here, these maps, they're more open, they're more prone to these more aggressive builds. And let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Kind of silly how much the shield already did. As we mentioned, like, a lot of Lings were spent at the 3rd base, at the natural base, just trying to get damage done, trying to get some kind of damage, and Rogue, it was just a waste of lava, waste of resources, waste of Lings. Did hurt him in the end quite heavily. Did slow him down. As MaxPax does force the unnatural natural. So a nice start from MaxPax. And again, welcome to Incorporeal. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool, but we do expect to see MaxPax turtling up here. It is very common for Protoss players to turtle up and to try to head into the late game on 3 and 4 bases, and eventually encroaching on the map. That is kind of what Protoss are renowned for here on Incorporeal. We'll see if MaxPax does that. We'll see if he does go for a standard build and a standard game. Meanwhile, the reason why it's known for this is because you can be quite assertive on this map compared to on Tokamak. Tokamak is known for like you build up, you max out on Skytoss. Here you can be a little bit more assertive and aggressive just because these center bases are much more exposed, right? If you max out, if you have these center bases as a Protoss player with Mass Tempest, you can easily encroach upon these center bases of the Zerg player and punish them and shut them down. It is very difficult for Zerg players to maintain these center bases in the late game, in the mid to late game against Protoss. So we often see all-ins from Zerg instead. We often see all-ins to try to break the Protoss player early on to not really factor these bases in. That's typically how things go in Incorporeal, but we'll see. Go. For now, Stargate open out of MaxPax. We'll keep an eye on his Twilight Council timing. As a reminder, last game he did go for a very early Twilight Council, which led into the early Blink timing, which Rogue did defend against. Now we're droning, we're saturating. From here, MaxPax just poking in, nothing major. Oracle's on the way. From here, MaxPax will expand. Everything so far just looking as it should. Droning, we're saturating. Let up to shade away just in time. They pull out. And from here, we're waiting for that Twilight Council. Third base being taken. Wings move in. And it does look like we're taking a much more defensive approach here. Yeah, gas is being prioritized. There's that Twilight Council. This Twilight Council was slightly later, slightly more delayed compared to last game. But once again, we're going for gateways. Once again, we're delaying the Forge. It looks like the same build 2 games in a row. For now. You know, a nice scout with the Oracle. Does go in, does get the Revelation, does get eyes on the, I almost said the Forge, on the Evo Chamber for +1. So he's aware that it should be +1 melee and Massling. Oh, hello. That is not Blink. We're going into early charge. Okay. Very interesting. Now, what is scary and what this build does best against here, if Rogue skips his Roach Horn. If Rogue skips his Roach Horn, if he goes pure, I mean, he saw the early Evo Chamber. True. Remember, he saw the Evo Chamber. That screams Mass Ling with +1 melee. It's going to be Ling at Bane as Baneliness gets run down. So thankfully there is a Baneliness, but MaxPax is going to be going for an earlier charge timing, and this charge timing can end the game, especially if Rogue has no Banelings ready. This can do critical damage. Oh boy. It's actually very similar to the early Glaive Adept builds, except Glaives are built to get into mineral lines and deal economic damage. Meanwhile, Mass Charge Lot is designed to just run over the Zerg player and just run over their army, their Lings, their Queens. Deal critical damage that way. I don't know if you noticed, but we have seen some frame drops here and there. I do think that one of the other casters is lagging a little bit, as we saw previously. Hopefully it clears up. Here comes the move out. Here come the Zealots. And what do we have to defend? Rogue does scout. Rogue, he's aware. Bam, instantly Banelings. Instantly 6 Banelings are morphing in. It's a little bit of a late reaction, but they're coming. And it looks like they will finish up just in time. So nice last second morph in. Banelings are done, and Rogue holds. Whew. Yeah, Rogue, he holds on. He does get a mass around. Now the Banelings, they do crash in. And the Zealots are cleaned up. And from here, Rogue, he can counterattack. Thankfully, he's droning. He's droning up behind this, double expanding. And again, crucial to the Rogue, he saw the Zealots in the center of the map. It was a late reaction, but also crucial that he had a Baneling Nest. Again, if he had no Baneling Nest, then, I mean, that could have been critical damage. Thankfully, he had the nest. Meanwhile, MaxPax working on that next step and building up Charger Archon into Storm. He's building up that army. Likewise, Rogue, he is still droning, is still saturating. Getting into Ling Bane Hydra. Okay, so we have a game. I say that Rogue, he drones up to 66. Okay, there we go. 5 more drones. Getting up to 70. So Rogue, he is actually droning. He's actually building up into a longer game. He's not going for an all-in. And we'll see if Rogue can survive this move out. Because here comes the second wave. Again, MaxPax, he has been very aggressive this game, and he has to get more damage. The early charge timing did fall on its face. Lings, they surround the base, and they will force... Oh, they get a kill! Ah, that should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. And miscontrol there from MaxPax. Late reaction. With that base going down, Rogue, he can start to tech. He can throw down infestation pits, a lurker den. Now would be the time. War Prism is out, but again, he's not moving out with his main army. MaxPax is just turtling. Yeah. He's made the decision that he can no longer try to end the game. MaxPax is turtling up back at home. Which is why now is the time to tech up. Where's the pit? Where's the hive? Oh, Rogue, he's going for it. So this is a style that, I mean, we spoke about like all-ins, we spoke about aggression on Incorporeal, we spoke about the need to avoid the late game on this map. That's what Rogue is doing. Rogue, he does have 87 drones. That is true, but he's quote-unquote all-in. What's happening here, he's choosing not to tech, he's staying on lair tech. So this is going to be a lair tech just build here, or lair tech timing from Rogue. Just pure Ling Bane Hydra. The goal to end the game, just kill. So he's all in the sense that if he doesn't kill, he will fall behind tech-wise, because he has no hive, he has no infestation, but he has no lurker den, he has no spire, he has no ultra cavern, he has nothing hive tech related. Just pure lair tech. And he's going for it. So far the storms are connecting. Couple of High Templar go down. Oh, the High Templar falling. He gets one, he gets two, he gets all the High Templar. Very nice. And we gotta keep going. We gotta keep pushing. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Bailey's rolling in, nice connections, takes down the Zealots. Does he have enough? He gets into the mineral line. The probes, yeah, the probes, they go down, no reaction, they don't pull away. He's breaking the base. At the same time, Zealorama does catch reinforcements. Yeah, this will delay Rogue. Rogue is late, but he gets 22 probe kills. That should be enough damage. As MaxPax, she should not be able to keep up anymore. So he's just gearing up for the second wave. Just keep on going, keep on pushing. The goal is to just build up another wave of Ling Bane Hydra to go for the kill. How many High Templar? So far, there's 3. Only 3 High Templar. That's not enough storms. Even working towards Dropper Lords. Let's go. He's rolling in. Forcing out storms. Again, Rogue, he's choosing not to tech up. At this point, I think he can. Like, if he wanted to. He could throw down a Lurker Den, but he's choosing to just commit. But there's no wrong answer. Like, Rogue, he's far enough ahead. It's fine. It's perfectly fine here. It takes down a Templar. Speaking of Lings, they don't quite get another. Once again, Rogue, he's distracted. This is getting a little bit concerning here just because MaxPax, he's actually building up quite an army. He doesn't really have a lot of support. Like, his army is so vulnerable to Zerglings. He has Immortals, High Templar, he has 1 Archon. If Lings can get on top of the army, they can shut this down. Baits out a Stasis Trap. Rogue, he's maxed out. And he will soon pull the trigger. Now, bearing in mind as well that MaxPax's army is split, he has most of his army here at the triangular third. His linear third base is more exposed. But Rogue is going for where the main army is. And it will come down to the storms. There's how many? There's 4 High Templar, Fleet Beacons on the way. Stasis does connect. One connects, so does the other. Nice storms. Yeah, the storms are brutal. They shut down a lot of Ling Bane. Banelings get into the middle line. The middle line goes down. That's going to be 15 probe kills at the same time. They'll run back across the map. And now there's no more storms. Yeah, no more storms. They'll say get into the middle line. 8 drones go down. And MaxPax, he's holding. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's holding. He defends. He saves all the Immortals. He saves all the Archons. And this is where Rogue is falling behind. We spoke about it earlier. We tried to emphasize it. It sounds weird to say when he had 87 drones, but he went for an 87 drone all-in, a Lair Tech all-in, and we tried to emphasize it. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Rogue, because he has nothing else behind this. No Infestation Bit, no Lurker Den, no nothing. So the strength of the army for Rogue is quite finite. It's quite limited, right? With like 2-2 Lingbane Hydra. That's the best that he can afford. That's the best he can hope for. So there's a ceiling on the strength of Rogue's army. And MaxPax, his ceiling is infinite. Like, it's he can just keep going. And here comes MaxPax. He's pushing in. He's going for the kill. I'll be honest, Rogue, he doesn't have anything here. Like, he has some... The Lings do nothing. The Lings, they do nothing, Pappy. The Hydras, they try to collapse in. GG gets called as Rogue is outscaled, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, MaxPax, who will claim the series. Again, Rogue, he went for a massive Lair Tech all-in, and he did do some critical damage, but he was unable to end the game. As we mentioned, he was outscaled. The quality of the army from Rogue was very limited with how much he could grow, and in the end, MaxPax was able to catch up, able to turtle up, and able to take it from there. GG. GG, well played. I did mention that there was no wrong answer for Rogue. He could either just max out and go for a second wave, or he could start to tech. As we saw, though, he did take a little bit too long to actually go for that second attack, to go for that second wave. He waited too long, and MaxPax was able to build up his Archons, his Immortals, and his High Templar. GG. GG, well played. I should also give credit to MaxPax as well, because MaxPax was doing a great job when it comes to buying time. If you remember, MaxPax, he just kept going for Zealot run-bys. We saw a lot of Zealot run-bys, a lot of Zealot counterattacks, and he was able to get across the map and able to distract Rogue to buy that time to be able to build up his army. Didn't max out. I think he capped at like 160, 165. But the quality of the army was what matters. The quality. And here we go. With that, MaxPax is going to be our first finalist, and now we're getting into the upper semis. They've been holding on to their match, of course. We're going to be getting into Björn versus Shameless. Meanwhile, my condolences to Rogue. Rogue, he did a really amazing job tonight, taking down Classic. It was really impressive. His series against Classic was crazy, but as we mentioned, the way that he beat Classic was in the late game, and we saw that in this series against MaxPax, he did try to end it early, both in game 1 and in game 2 as well. Was unable to do so, was unable to break MaxPax, and unable to really even think about the late game. Here we go. Isn't Charge also generally better against Roaches? Not really. Roaches have kiting potential against Charge. They kite really well. Like Lingbane Roach Ravager can shut down charge-based armies, and Roach Hydra as well. So ideally you want to be catching a player out where they cut corners, where they skip out on Roach Warren and they skip out on the Baneless as well. But here we go, we're getting into our next fresh series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Dragonics. Yes, Dragonics. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. We go. As we have our fresh best of 3, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PVT. Let's go. Again, Shameless, he was the rising star of 2024, at least my rising star for last year, where Shameless, he grew and he improved so much in such a short period of time. Over the past 2 years, he has risen towards the higher echelons of the European scene. And Shameless even making it all the way to the finals here. Sorry, to the semis. Really impressive. He took down Lambo, took down Nicorach, and now he's up against Bjorn. Now, coming into this, I do still favor Bjorn. Bjorn, he has some killer TVP. Like, I would say that it's maybe his strongest matchup. Maybe. Actually, no, yeah, I think I would say that. Like, Bjorn, he has had some better results against top Protoss players than against top Zerg or Terran. And he's known for his mid to late game. We'll get there. For now, it is going to be a more economic opener. Racks expand into a delayed factory. Kind of. It was a little bit messy. But a high ground CC. And in a world where a lot of Terran players, if you've been watching TVP as of late, you'll know that a lot of Terran players have been playing either mech or 2-base all-ins, right? Either 2-base all-in or mech. That's all that a lot of Terran players do embrace, especially in the Korean scene. Talking about players like Maru, like Cure, like Bunny, like Clem as well. But out of all of them, Bjorn, he's the most macro-oriented, in the sense that he rarely goes for 2-base all-ins, and he does not play mech. As opposed to all the other Terrans that have been, again, mainly doing that. Bjorn, he typically does embrace the mid game. He's more than happy to go into mass ghost, to go into bio, get into 4 bases. That is typically how Bjorn does approach this matchup. Typically. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener at a Shameless, headed towards Blink. Oh, nice mine shot. Mine shot goes off. Takes down the Adept, pulls away, saves the Widow Mine. At least Shameless is aware that a mine drop is coming his way. At least he is aware. And back at home, we should be getting into 3-gate Blink. Yeah, there we go. 3-gate Blink Stalker. Very safe play here by Shameless. Personal question to YouTube. Why no hosts? So many Bane versus Archon Storm Immortal. Are you asking about the previous game and Rogue's army composition? If I didn't make it clear earlier, Rogue, he basically went for a big lair tech all-in. That's why there was no further tech. There was no intention for further tech. Like, the intention was to end the game early. Was to kill MaxPax. Was all in. As we do come in with a mine drop. Mine drop popping off. And so far, no major damage. Shameless does pull away. I mean, I say no major damage. No mining in the main base for quite some time. Jesus. So he did pull everything away. And from here, Bjorn just building up into the mid game, getting into his own bio tank setup. Raven Harass moving out. And again, we're taking a bit of a slower paced approach here. Yeah, all good, all good. Oh. I jump back in. Recall? What? Interesting. Does recall to save his units? I haven't seen that before, I'll be honest. Does catch the medevac. Ooh, nice retargeting. Does retarget, does buy more time, and so much lost mine time here in the main. And you can see here the economy heavily in favor of Bjorn. Heavily spikes in favor of our Red Terran. And Bjorn just chilling. Getting his 3-1-1. And behind this, Bjorn has a choice to make. He can either throw down 2 more maxes or a 3rd CC. He has options. Shaman's coming in from behind. 3rd CC is on the way. So again, Bjorn, he is expanding. He's not going all in. He's building up into a longer game, which is to be expected from Bjorn. As we mentioned, like, he's like the most Mac-oriented Terran player out there in TVP. Oh, as Shameless is trading very nicely. Traded well. In a sea of smudge where all the top Terran players are talking about how, like, we gotta play mech against Protoss, or we gotta all in, or we gotta just play Protoss instead. Like, nah, Bjorn, he just embraces like a 3-4 base economy. Gets into his ghosts. Has some amazing EMP and ghost control as well. We're getting there. Even he struggles in the late game against Protoss. I'm sure he does, kind of. I mean, I might say that Bjorn has... Does Bjorn have the best late game TVP in the world? I think I might go that far. I think I might say it's better than Clem's. Maybe. But I might say that just because Clem has been avoiding the late game in TVP for a long time. Like, he avoids it, so we see less of it. As Bjorn moves out across the map, Stalkers do catch some reinforcements, not bad. Getting 9 SCVs. There's a recall back home, does not get the tank. As Bjorn, he will establish his 3rd base, and Bjorn is moving in. Show some eye shots. Brutal connections. Zelsa getting low, but Shameless, he will hold. He holds, he defends, he shuts down the tanks. Bjorn misrallying. No. Does have to pull back. Oh, he does pull back, but he does miss control. Bjorn losing the entire drop, and Shameless, he can keep going. Yeah, Shameless, he can keep pushing. Bjorn, he just lost the entire army. Ay. He just lost all the tanks. He lost the Marines. The bio army should not have gone down, by the way. And Shameless, he can just go for the kill. He can go for the kill. He can go for the throat. Bjorn did mess up. And before we can even think about a 3 and 4 base economy, GG. Yeah, GG gets called. Shameless capitalizing on Bjorn's mistakes, and Shameless takes game 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played again, Bjorn. We gotta tighten up, papi. Yeah. I know that Shameless, he's, at least for some people out there, probably more of an unknown player, but Shameless, he is very active, of course. He plays in all the weeklies and all the online tournaments, and you gotta lock in, papi. You gotta lock in. As Bjorn, everything just fell apart there, rallied into his opponent, lost all of his bio army, was unable to save it. Bearing in mind that Bjorn, he was getting a 3rd CC, he had no need to commit as hard as he did across the map as well. So some blunders there from Bjorn, and Shameless did punish. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game 2. And one more misstep, one more mistake, and Shameless, he can take it. He can take the series. And we'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if he can pull off that upset. As we're getting into game 2 on Maganatha. Let's go. Now we're going to be loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool. Oh, as we're making sure we have all of our casters. Okay, we're good to go. We're getting into Maganatha again, one of the largest, or the largest map in the map pool, known for longer games as well. And we'll see if we can get there. And again, I'm sure that Björn is going to just calm down, centralize himself, lock in. Now, what I will say is that if Björn does actually, lose some drops and make some mistakes and lose an army, because the rush distance by ground is longer on Maganatha, the punish is not anywhere near as severe as it is on Ultralove, which is a smaller map in the map pool. But let's go. Let's go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Sharp Rebellion. It is Björn. Down in the series, we'll see if he mounts back, as spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless, leading the series 1-0. Let's go. Let us go. As Shameless, I'm pretty sure he's beaten Björn in OSC King of the Hill before, but has he taken him down in a best of? Okay, we'll look it up. We'll look it up. As once again, we should be seeing an economic opener here out of Björn. Racks expand into a 3-rack setup, into a 3-1-1. As we can see here, single gas opener out of Björn, so going for something more economic. And from the side of Shameless, we should be seeing once again Blink Stalkers. When it came to the previous game, when it came to the previous build, Shameless, he was just playing standard. He was just getting into 3-gate Blink. Again, it was more Shameless just capitalizing on some of Björn's mistakes more than anything. And we'll see if our players can actually get into their game this time. As Björn, he had a really nice start. It's like I'm referring to the Widowmine drops, the Widowmine harass, the denied mining was all solid. It's all solid. Okay. So Shameless, he has beaten Björn in a best of 3 before. The last time he beat him was in the WardiTV EU League for 2025. This was back in July. Okay, this was back in July, so a couple of months ago. 2 months ago even. So it has been able to pull it off before. Can he do it again, Bappy? Can he do it again? Este Shameless. I mean, hey, he is last night's Platinum StarCraft League champion. True. Shameless, he was last night's champion. As once again we have our Twilight Council opener. Björn back at home, getting to his own 1-1-1. Players are building up. Blink is on the way. Are we going 2-gate Blink? Okay, it's been a while. It has been a while here, but Shameless is being greedy. 2-gate Blink here from Shameless, winding it back here in the current meta of TVP. This is a rare sight. We often do see 3-gate Blink Stalker, but on these larger maps, if you expect your opponent to be more greedy, more economic, which we have seen, Shameless did scout the faster CC build here from Björn, then Shameless responds with a faster third base as well. So greedy build here by Shameless. We'll see if he gets away with it. Does go for the fast third. With that, he'll have less stalkers to work with. Beyond's drop has been spotted. Does boost away. Does rotate over. Okay. Does pull back. And Shamelessly will get away with it. So I would say this is a better start for Shameless. Getting the faster third base, so far not getting punished. Beyond behind this, getting to his own eBay, +1. 3 rack setup. Oh. Hello. That is a 4th racks. Am I crazy? Okay, yeah. 3rd racks. 3rd racks on the way. For some reason, I think I saw a 2 instead of a 1 on the production tab. So 3-1-1. Stim is being prioritized here, and Beyond, he's going for an early move out. He's going for the Beyond push. Okay. So this is something that Beyond is known for in this matchup, is pushing pre-Stim. Pushing with Vanilla Marine. So Stim only just now began, and he will look to fight without Stim as the upgrade. So this does hit earlier than normal, and this is designed to punish a player being too greedy. And Shameless was greedy this game. He was greedy. He went for a low gate count. He went for a faster third base. Beyond is moving in, and Shameless, can he survive this? Can he defend? He spots the army with the Observer. Now moving in. Blink is done. Tank volley going off. The base is under fire. Shameless coming in from behind. Trying to catch reinforcements. Beyond is rallying on the right hand side instead. Oh, his tank may still run into the Stalkers. And Beyond pulls away. Oh no! The medevac! One more volley! And he gets the medevac, gets a tank as well. Ay, ay, ay. Nice snipe there from Shameless. Snipes the tank, and can he get another? No shot. He'll get both. One more volley. Oh my, uno más. He doesn't get it. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there out of Shameless. He barely does not get the tank. He misses the shot. The tank barely gets away. The mass repair. Oh my god. If this tank wasn't here, I know, that wouldn't have been enough. That wouldn't have been enough anyway. But Beyond, he barely does hold on behind a third TC. But Shameless, he gets away with his third base. Does get away with it. Shameless looking good. Oh, as, yeah, once again, Sub-Zero, he was lagging out. Did notice some stuttering earlier. Bit of a shame. And behind the Shameless is going to be going into Colossus. Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Again, it is a viable option here. We often do see Colossus or Storm follow-ups, of course. Both are viable. We'll see if Shameless can get there. Spion does move in. He's not really threatening too much here. The Observer does spot the setup. Beyond rotates towards the left. As he does pull away, getting his third base up and running. First Colossus soon to arrive. Until then, Shameless, he's stuck at home. So he's slowly building up his Colossus, getting his fourth base. Likewise, Beyond throwing down sensor towers and building up in towards the mid game. And this is what we expected out of Beyond last game in Ultra Love, but Beyond, he was too aggressive, too assertive, he lost everything. Everything just snowballed out of control so quickly. But here we can finally hit our stride. As we mentioned before at the start of this series, like Beyond, he's known for his mid game and his mid to late game as well. We're getting there. And now Zelts, they do get into the mineral line. They get a couple of SCVs going for the tank. And can he get it? Yeah, the tank is going to go down. Nice pickoff here by Shameless. Gets into the mineral line. Beyond, he was out of position. Still out of position. Late to react. 10 SCV kills. Shameless, he takes a lead. As 10 workers going down the tank as well. Beyond stumbling into the mid game. Ay, ay, ay. despite the sensor tower, despite the heads up. And now he's pushing into Colossus. Now there's two. There's a scan. Beyond his army is very Marauder heavy, which would have been amazing here against Storms. I mean, it's solid anyway. Very beefy. As Ghost production has begun. The Ghosts, Vikings as well. At least Beyond was able to scan ahead of time, scout and confirm the Colossus. Now we need those Vikings. So the Rumba moves in. Can we force a cancel? He can. Oh, that was a kill. Yeah, that was a kill, not a cancel. Beyond, he's been making a lot of missteps here this series. Down goes the base. Ghost getting caught out. Yeah, losing one, two, losing all three Ghosts. Oh my god. Shameless. He gets all three Ghosts. That was brutal. Gets into the middle line. More SCVs going down. Yeah, losing more workers, losing more SCVs. And Shameless just getting further ahead. Just getting further ahead. With this, he double expands. Vikings being targeted down. There's only three. Down to one. Down to one Viking. No tanks? No tanks. Seems so weird. You might not watch a lot of high-level TVP, but tanks, it's very common to not have any tanks as the game progresses. Tanks do not scale well into a longer game in this matchup, so you do want to get out of tanks. So you shouldn't be seeing tanks in this kind of, at this state of TVP. It shouldn't be there. So building up a bio army, Marines, Marauders, getting to more Ghosts. Prism goes down. Warpin was denied. Nice defense, and Shameless is maxing out. He is maxing out. Beyond, he's getting there. Shameless getting on top of the high ground. Gets on the high ground. We have 4 Colossus moving in. How many Vikings do we have? Only 4. Yeah, the Viking count is just not there. Mass Colossus can overwhelm. We need more Vikings. Need more Vikings here. Working on +2. Once again, does target down the Prism. Very nice snipe. Prism goes down, denies the warp in. Shameless has to back off. Beyond holds. Whew. Beyond, he is holding on. Just to quickly go over it, the reason why you don't see tanks getting into a longer game state is just because of the Zealots. The charge lots, they do close distance, and you do go for a very Zealot heavy composition here. Again, no gases. No gases at the at the 4th base, no gases at the 5th base. It's very Zealot heavy. So tanks, they don't really serve a purpose here. So because they blink in. Bold blink here out of Shameless. Shameless here overextends. Get big overextension. Beyond does punish. Shameless has to back off. So a better fight for Beyond. And Beyond, he's maxed. From here, ideally, you do want to switch into Liberators. So you go into kind of Ghost, Marauder, Liberator, Viking. Speaking of Liberators, there it is. There's the Fusion Core. The Fusion Core is for Liberator range to get into Mass Lib. So Liberators are on the horizon. Beyond, he's getting there. Again, he's maxed. I would say that the mid game and the mid game in general is very shaky from Beyond, but Beyond, he's turtled up, and Beyond, he's getting a 5th base. He's working towards 5 bases here. Can he get there? Meanwhile, Shameless, he's still stuck with the Colossus. Ideally, you want to switch out of this. As the Viking guy gets higher. Getting a lot of Vikings. Shameless also never got into Storm. See how he fares. Deeper tanking all the laser shots. Going into Mass DT, okay. Mass DT warp in. Doesn't achieve too much yet. Second Robo's on the way. With a second Robo, it looks like we're going into Disruptors. So it should be Mass Colossus into Mass Disruptor. I say that we have a 5th Colossus on the way. Oh my god. Calm down, Shameless. Calm down. Here we go. Here come the Disruptors. Again, you do want to get out of Colossus eventually. The reason for this is because of the Viking count, right? As the Viking count gets higher, Colossus become less effective. So you want to get out of Colossus, mix in Storm, mix in Disruptors. So Disruptors are on the horizon, but this is late. I will say that the Disruptor switch here from Shameless is late, it is delayed, and because of that, Bjorn is being given so much breathing room to expand, to take more bases. Shameless, he should be fighting for this base. He should be fighting for this planetary to make sure that Bjorn is contained for as long as possible, but he fails to deny the base. He fails to fight for the expansion, and this is now a brutal moment for Shameless. This is where Bjorn is now taking a lead. As Shameless's army is just being outscaled. You can see Shameless working towards Sky Toss, but he has no Fleet Beacon yet. We need the Stargate, the Fleet Beacon, we need to get ready for the Tempest. We're getting into the late game. But it does feel like Shameless, he's stumbling his way there. And here come those Liberators that we spoke about earlier. It's working towards Mass Lib. Tanks only good for holding early Blink Stalkers and 2-base all-in. Yes, yes. Like, tanks, they have their place in this matchup, but it's usually the other game. Oh no! Prism's getting caught out. Tanks have their place in the early game. Another reason why tanks fall off is because you want to be spending your gas on Ghosts, right? Like, you want to be spending your gas on Ghosts, on Marauders. DTs, they come in, they do snipe the expansion. Very nice. Base goes down. Shameless, he gets a planetary. Crucial pick off here for Shameless. Very crucial. Bjorn not contained on 4 bases, and that's all that Shameless has to do. As you can see here, Bjorn is mining out. The 3rd base, half saturation left. Ooh, as there is a wall of turrets. Shameless does not get in. Phoenix? Wait, what? What's happening? +1 air attack is finishing up. I'm still waiting for the Fleet Beacon more than anything. Oh no! Oh, Jesus. Almost friendly fire. There it goes off. Nice connection. As again, Shameless is reliant on those Novas. Novas, they do not quite connect. Getting within range of the planetary. There is a graze the army. Shameless pulling back, losing another Colossus. Ooh, as an Nova does connect, and once again, Bjorn does take it to the face, as they'll take him into reinforce, and Bjorn here overextends. Yeah, big overextension. Bjorn has to pull away. Bjorn, he just also his Vikings. DTs, they come in from behind. The blink, the dive of the army. And Shameless, it looks like he may just end the game here and now. He gets onto the Liberators. Liberators arrive too late. Yeah, the Libs, they were just too little too late. GG gets called. Shameless, he overwhelms. And Shameless, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very impressive result here out of Shameless. When it came to the beginning of this game, Bjorn had a rocky start. If you remember, he lost his planetary, he lost his tanks, he lost his early move out. It was a really shaky start for Bjorn. I will say that Bjorn did lock in getting into the mid game. Once he got up to 4 bases and once he got his 5th base up and running, like, he was looking more himself again, which was solid. But we saw towards the end he was pulled apart. DTs, they killed the planetary. He took a lot of Novas to the face. There were like 3 Novas that connected with Bjorn's main army. So because of that, by the time the Liberators arrived, there was no support. He had lost too much. He had lost too much. He had no support for the Liberators. They arrived too little too late. The bio army had already crumbled. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Shameless does claim the series, and with that we have our 2 finalists here. We were expecting a TVP finals, but no, Shameless, he will take it instead, and we have a PvP finals between Shameless and MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. But we did see a bit of an uncharacteristic beyond there. I will admit that, just because there were a lot of little mistakes when it came to losing buildings, when it came to losing units, when it came to losing move outs as well, losing drops. We'll admit. As we are getting ready here for our best of 5. Also showing that, mate, you got to come in form if you want to take down Shameless. True, true. As we're all heading over to the European server here for the grand finals. I know a couple of tanks to the planetary would have been a big help. Once again, we kind of spoke about the composition that you're up against and how tanks are typically like kind of ineffective in that kind of game state. We can just keep going over the same point. But here we go. From here, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we wrap up, after the break, we'll be getting into the grand finals. Vetos are underway. We'll see you soon with MaxPax versus Shameless. We'll see you soon. Bye. See you soon. Back everyone, welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have our grand finals. And a bit of an unlikely duo as well. I mean, MaxPax, he is no stranger to the finals of the WardiTV Monday, but one of our other players is. Potentially even making it here for the first time. I do know there were some weeklies where a lot of players were traveling to like DreamHack or to EWC, where some of the other quote-unquote lesser known players were able to like excel and have some better showings and some better results, but I don't know if Shameless was one of them. Regardless, we're getting into this and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player for Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into that final series of the broadcast. Quickly double checking actually. Let's have a look here. WardiTV. I'm trying to see the history of WardiTV Monday to see if Shameless has gotten into the top 2 before. Again, potentially might have for some of the others. He's gotten top 4. This is the furthest he's gotten. Okay, let's go. For the first time in Shameless's career, has made it to the top 2 of the WardiTV Monday. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Here for the first time, and let's see if he can make a show out of it. Now, as we get into this series here, MaxPax, his PvP has changed quite a bit. If you have not been watching StarCraft over the past what, like 9-10 months, you may not be familiar, but MaxPax, he has been reinventing himself in PvP. He had a really rough start of the year. PvP, I would say, became his worst matchup. He was losing a lot of PvPs where otherwise he was dominant. For a time, he had the best PvP in the world. That did change at the beginning of the year, but in recent months, we have seen MaxPax reapproach the Protoss vs Protoss matchup, and we have seen him do this. 2 gate openers, 2 gate opener out of MaxPax into a Stargate. More of a standard setup here. MaxPax, long gone are gate cyber expands. He used to be known for it. He used to go gate cyber expand every single game, but nowadays in the current meta, in current StarCraft, it is no longer safe to do so every game. MaxPax, he was being punished time and time again, to the point where now he was bullied off of it. Now he's like, you know what? Okay, let's play some StarCraft. let's play some PvP, baby. Let's go. So again, going for a Stargate before Nexus. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Shameless going for his own faster, or I say faster Nexus, does go for his Nexus, no further tech, does make additional Stalkers, and he will catch out the first Adept. So nice catch by Shameless, does force field, the Adept should be hunted down. Nice pickup. Takes down the Adept. Checking the vision, Shameless, did he get across the map? He did! He's across the map with Hallucination, he confirms the Stargate, the Oracle, he's aware of what's coming his way. So in the main base, shield battery has been thrown down, Stalker's in position, and this Oracle shouldn't get much damage done. Now, bearing in mind that MaxPax knows he got scattered. He knows he got scattered, he knows that most likely there is going to be a shield battery, which means we could see the Oracle hit the natural instead. Likewise, we're doubling down, going for a second Oracle. 2 Oracles, what do? They one-shot workers. A shield battery will out-heal the DPS of an Oracle. Ooh, as we do drop some frames there. Hopefully everything's okay. But 2 Oracles, they can one-shot workers despite the shield battery. So here comes that second Oracle. Twilight Council follow up at a MaxPax. The Blink is already on the way for Shameless, and Shameless does go for the proxy. Ooh, we're getting ready here for what looks to be, we're going for a 5-gate 2-base all-in. We'll see if we throw down extra gateways. If we throw down extra gateways, that's indicative of an all-in. Otherwise, it could just be a harass across the map. Okay, extra gateways are on the way. Getting up to 4 gateways so far. I mean, that's already quite a lot on 2 bases. So 4 gate blink out of Shameless. MaxPax, he commits into the natural. He's forcing Shameless to respond. The probes are going down. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, getting out of hand here. Gonna be 4 or 5 dead workers, and we're still not done. Getting 6, getting up to 7 probes. And Shameless is going to have to commit. He's going to have to commit here. He's on 4 gates. He has a proxy across the map. He does have that blink timing available to him. And Shameless, he's going to have to send it, as this is just too much damage. Gateway is up. MaxPax expands. Remember, there's a window in time where Shameless has blink over MaxPax. Also, of course, MaxPax investing into an expansion. I say that thanks to the chrono, MaxPax is catching up. This is chrono for Shameless. There's that chrono boost. Here's the move out. Here come the warp-ins. And Shameless is all in. Shameless, he's 2 base all in. It's all or nothing. And that timing, that window, it's not really there. Blink is now done, but Shameless, he's not pushing in. He's not in position. He's not in time. More probes going down. Oh no, the stasis in position. He spots it, and the stasis does go off. Yeah, Shameless, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. MaxPax is ahead in almost every aspect, and Blink is now done for MaxPax as well. Collapsing of the army, and Shameless, he's falling apart. Oh, MaxPax, he does actually engage with the army. Gonna get surrounded. Uh-oh. Despite that, stasis trap does go off. But Shameless, he still has double the army supply. Like, MaxPax maybe a little bit overeager here. Jesus. The stasis traps, they keep popping up. Shameless still has that supply lead. He can still pull this off. Can he do it? Again, 19 stalkers to 10. Gonna keep warping in. Gonna keep going. Here come extra warp-ins. Shameless pushing forward, gets a stalker, gets 1, 2, 3 stalkers going down, and nice pickoffs. As he does one-shots. And once again, diving in the army, and Shameless, he overwhelmed. Shameless, it looks like he has done it. He overwhelms the army. There's 3 stalkers left. Oh no, he gets baited. Oh no, the bait was real. Shameless, he has this game. He has it. Oh no. I mean, this might still be in favor of Shameless anyway. Like, sure, we're buying time. MaxPax, he has an economy. He's warping in as much as he can. He's catching reinforcements. Nice moves here out of MaxPax. But the stasis runs out. And Shameless, he should still be able to go for the kill. It's getting close, though. I kind of want to say that Shameless shouldn't waste his time with this base. He should just go for the main. Shameless, just send it, baby, send it. Keep going. No shield. Oh, sorry, there's one. There's one shield right here for MaxPax. Shameless has the concave, has the higher stalker count. Strange is warping in. Force fields will help. Going for the Guardian shield. MaxPax doing what he can. Ooh, and throughout all this, MaxPax going for the Dark Shrine. No, Shameless, he had this game. He had it. The stasis traps with the MVPs, they bought so much time, and there's 0 detection, no shots, 0. Sorry, there's an oracle on the way. Observer's on the way. Shameless, he's almost there. Casito. And MaxPax, he holds. Wow, MaxPax, he holds. Again, if it wasn't for the stasis traps, that would have been game. That would have been game then and there. Shameless should have won this game, but the stasis traps, they were just too much. MaxPax, he's caught up in the army supply. He's got a 3rd base. Shameless still has a better economy, true. Shameless, he's still ahead, but he can no longer kill. He can no longer kill MaxPax. The game will continue. Can Shameless bring it back? Bring it back, Bappy. Going for his own Dark Shrine. Let's go. Again, MaxPax now has a comparable army. Now moving in. Here it does move in, DT into the mineral line, getting 4 probes. Another DT gets into the natural. There's a cannon in position, thankfully. Here's a cannon. Despite that, gets into the main base. DT's a one-shot probe. Shield battery doesn't mean anything. Some counter damage. Some at least. In the chat, Shameless has never taken a map off of MaxPax. Oh no, I mean, he was so close this game. Like, again, Shameless had a massive lead. There was so much potential with the all-in. So much. And as the game progresses, MaxPax is getting further ahead, building up a larger army, getting to charge. Shameless is going purely Mass Blink Stalker, getting into +2. Okay, now starts up his own charge. We're getting there. And from here, I mean, MaxPax doesn't have to move out. Like, he can just chill, calm down, get a 4th base, getting to +2, charge into Archon production, refining his army. The pressure is more so on Shameless. MaxPax being active. We did snipe the Observer. Tipping in between the bases. Shameless out of position. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. Yeah, this one we're committing to the base trade. Shameless pushing into the natural. Likewise, MaxPax going into the 3rd. Bases are going to be going down, but MaxPax still has that army supply lead. On top of that, MaxPax has detection. So does Shameless. He has 2 observers. Diving into the main base, depowers everything in the main, and nice pickups. Ensures the upgrades do not finish. No Dark Shrine either. And there are 4 Dark Templar. Yeah, 4 DTs on the map. Again, detection is going to be crucial here with those Dark Templar. They're headed towards the last mining base. MaxPax still mining. Yeah, Shameless is just a little bit late here when it comes to the base trade. The main base is already going down. Oh no, the state, not again. Not again. Base out of cut. There we go. Does bait them out. This time does see them. Does recognize at least some of them, I should say. As it's not the stasis trap. Gets into the mineral line. DT's up popping up. There's a recall. Ooh, does shoot a recall back home. Bold move. Does recall. Recalls the observer as well. Okay. Chasing down the Dark Templar. Remember, they do not have Shadow Stride. Shameless coming in from behind. Sorry, MaxPax even. And Shameless, he has a lot of money in the bank. Max is top left. Shameless. Ooh. Does pull away. Does blink back. Meanwhile, that's a kill, not a cancel. Shameless, he can afford more bases. MaxPax, he's stuck. He can afford 1 more Nexus. Losing every single probe. Oh god, not again. Another stasis. Not like this. Bold move, bold position here with when it comes to the Nexus. Very bold. Observer gets caught. I think that's just game. Yeah, that's a kill, not a cancel. don't know if you noticed, but that was the final observer of Shameless. He has 0 observers left, and what does MaxPax have? DTs. He has Dark Templar, and there's no way to deal with him. There's no way. Ay. Shameless, he might be able to rebuild a Robo and build an observer, but that's a ways away. Yeah, DTs, they come in from behind, they flank, that's just free damage. And he's forced to blink in. GG gets called. MaxPax will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. A very, very intense game 1 here. Again, Shameless, he could have taken that game. Unfortunately, he did not see the stasis traps early on. He took, what was it, like 3 stasis traps to the face. It was brutal just how much time MaxPax was able to buy due to those stasis traps. Unfortunately, Shameless, he was able to look in later on and able to bait out the stasis traps, but early on he was caught unawares. And MaxPax, he pulled off a crazy defense. He had like a third of the army supply and somehow held on. I mean, thanks to the stasis traps, did hold on, did survive, and with that, GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take the first game, but a really impressive game out of Shameless, because again, I can very easily see a world where Shameless could have taken that game instead, and we'll see if he can threaten MaxPax even further coming into game 2 and game 3. Let's go. We'll see if we can make a series out of this. We shall see. Okay. So here we go as we're getting into our next game. So we're going to be loading into Pylon. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Something that requires no skill, like if you that's stepping in here. When it comes to oracles and stasis traps, I would say that MaxPax probably makes use of oracles and stasis traps the most and the best in the world. You don't see players like herO, Classic, Zaun, or any other of the top Protoss players be able to utilize stasis traps or oracles in such a way. A big part of that, of course, is maintaining the oracles and keeping them alive. It isn't like MaxPax is out there pumping out like a 3rd, 4th, 5th Oracle. What's most impressive about his PvP, about his Oracle play, about his Stargate play, is his ability to keep the Oracles alive and gain value over time. Something that none of the other Protoss players can quite achieve as well as MaxPax. This is also why, if you have been watching a lot of PvP this year, you've been seeing like even herO have a hard time against the mass stasis traps, just because it's something that's a little bit more unique and a little bit more stylistic to MaxPax. It can be very difficult to deal with. This is also a recent change. I say recent, over the past year. Basically, one of the reasons why this like Stargate opener and Oracle play is very common for MaxPax is thanks to the NG overcharge, right? Because of the NG overcharge, that does allow the Oracles to have more value and actually have a stronger kind of place getting into the mid game of PvP, because there's more NG to work with, because there are more stasis traps as a result. This is why this is kind of like a new addition, and this is why this is something that we've seen a lot more in recent times from MaxPax. When I say recent times, I mean, again, over the past year, ever since the NG overcharge was introduced. As from here, we do have, once again, I say once again, it is a Stargate opener, but it's going to be a Gateway Cybercore, so Gate Cyber to Stargate into a slightly delayed expansion, but overall a more economic start here from MaxPax. As opposed to the last game, he does get the Nexus. Ooh, no block. Yeah, Zelt did pop out. Probe gets shut down, and MaxPax, he will get away with the faster economy. Shameless back at home going for a 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of Shameless. He's going for a 3rd gateway, 1 base all in. We're setting up, we're doubling down. Shameless does choose not to expand. Probe is being sent out for the proxy. This should be a 1 base, 4-gate all in. The problem here is that this does feel a little bit late, and this is a little bit more ideal if it was a faster Nexus before Stargate. We'll see if Shameless can pull this off. Show us the pylon. Stalkers are poking in. Stalkers are poking in. There's a pylon. This should be for the 4th gateway. Again, Shameless, he's one base all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either he kills MaxPax or he dies trying. Void Ray production has begun. Again, with the Stargate opening, you need those Void Rays as much as possible, as quickly as you can. We're going to chrono them out. With that, does activate his rank alignment. Takes down 1, takes down 2 Stalkers. Not bad. Gets 2, going for a 3rd. And again, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Remember, he has a base. He has a natural. He has a natural base. It's slowly getting saturated. Remember, Shameless, he is 1 base all in. So Shameless, he has to break through. And we have more shield barriers on the way. Meanwhile, the base is taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. True. Nexus is getting low. Oh. So building up that Void Ray count. Getting up to 2, soon to be 3 Void Rays. We have enough Stalkers, we can go for the kill. Oh. Gets a volley up. There's Prismatic Alignments, does activate both. Alignment is activated. It's about to run out. Once it does, Shameless, he can go for the kill. Can he get the Nexus? He's close. He's getting low. 3rd Void Ray has arrived. It's a very delicate dance here for MaxPax. Trying to engage. Does it in the force field. Yeah, pulls back just in time. MaxPax now getting a 4th Void Ray. That's still a lot of Stalkers. Oh. Got 2 probes. A couple of boys are being pulled. MaxPax getting desperate. We're up to how many? Up to 19 Stalkers. I feel like soon we should just be able to dive on the Void Ray. With soon to be 20 Stalkers. Yeah, Shameless, he should be able to overwhelm here. Again, 2 more volleys. Dives on the Void Ray. He gets 1. Void Ray goes down. Did lead out a lot of Stalkers, though. Again, the base is so low. I thought it was going to go for the Nexus. As he did choose to go for the Void Ray instead. Once again, diving in. Once again, gets another Void Ray. Down to 2. Down to 2 Void Rays. Oh my god. Almost gets another. Casito. He's going to try to commit. Gets both Void Rays, and I feel like he's done it at this point. I mean, he's down to 11 Stalkers. He's bleeding out a lot, actually. Yeah, he bled out so much. Gotta respect the Void Rays. Again, the Prismatic Alignment just tore through so many Stalkers. MaxPax holds. Yeah, MaxPax, he holds on. GG gets called. Shameless, he fails to break the expansion, and MaxPax will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Shameless, he did make a choice there. Again, something that we've seen when it comes to 4-gate 1-base all-ins is to prioritize the Nexus. Shameless, multiple times, he did decide not to get the Nexus. Instead, he decided to dive on the Void Rays, and he was able to eventually bring some of them down, but that was a lot of spent DPS, where otherwise he could have gotten the base, which would have weakened the position. The reason why you do want to, I would say, arguably you do want to prioritize killing the Nexus is it gives you a lot more room to work with on the low ground. There's less SimCity for your opponent. It's a weaker position, less energy overcharge as well, as there's less Nexus energy to work with to actually have a better arc, a better concave pushing into that expansion. Remember, Shameless, he built up to around 20 to 21 Stalkers at his peak. At his peak, he had around 20 to 21, but alas, he was not quite able to make full use of that. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4, hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is on Seamus. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 2-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Seamus. Here we go. As from here, we are going to be settling in. And we'll see what Seamus goes for this time. Likewise, we saw MaxPax mix things up, right? Game 1, we saw 2 gates. Game 2, we saw 1 gate opener. Here, we are back to the 2 gates. So 2 gate opener out of MaxPax. This does give MaxPax the opportunity to be aggressive himself. He can go for a Cybercore, into a proxy across the map, or into a more standard game with a Stargate. We'll see. Does he open Stargate? Does he open with a pylon? Oh, hello. As Seamus, he plans on hiding a second pylon and going for a fake proxy. Okay. Personally, I do really like this against MaxPax just because it's so common for people to attempt to all-in him. Remember, MaxPax, he's in the main. He knows the pylon is missing. He knows, he's aware. And I was going to say this should be a fake out, but actually, Seamus, he sticks around. Do we commit? Uh-oh. Cybercore's done. He's going to commit. Shows the Robo? Yeah, Robo 1 base all-in. Okay. Robo 1 base all-in. Seamus, he's going to double down. He's going for the all-in. And MaxPax is going for a 2-gate opener. Now, the problem here is that Seamus doesn't know. He's blindly going for the proxy, and MaxPax is going for a safe opener. That's the problem here. He's going for a Robo. Oh, God. MaxPax is going for the hard counter. This is a hard counter to a proxy. Robo is going for his own defensive Robo instead. And he's going to have the defensive advantage, so he will have the immortal lead, ideally. So a really rough positioning for Seamus. Basically, Seamus, he gambled. He gambled, baby, gambled. Seamus was hoping this was going to be a gate cyber expand. He was hoping for an economic opener. But it's MaxPax, and it's 2025. No longer is it like a sure thing that he's going to go for an economic start. Not anymore. That's not MaxPax, man. 2-gate openers, all the craze. And MaxPax takes a lead. He takes a massive lead already. MaxPax going for a 3rd gateway. He's turning this defensive opener into an offensive one. This is now a 1 base all-in as well. So 1 base all-in versus 1 base all-in. As neither player will expand. Seamus only has 2 gateways. More Prism is going in. Prism gets spotted. Prism is zoned away. Here comes a 3rd gateway here for Seamus. As from here, we do see MaxPax getting into across the map, and this is critical damage already. 4 probe kills on the Eps. They get away. They do get away as well. Ay. Yeah, things looking dire here for Seamus. He's going to commit in. Seamus, he will get a gateway at least. Does get one of the gates. He has to respect the army. As we mentioned before, with a proxy, ideally you want to be up in immortals, but that's not necessarily the case here. Shameless gets on the Prism. Prism takes a lot of hits. Oh no, the juggling, he wants it. He wants the Prism. MaxPax chasing him down. Shameless, get out of here, Bobby. Get out of here. Pulls back. Oh, does get a volley off. Nicely done. Gets a Stalker. So better start for Shameless. And MaxPax is overextending, and now he's running into 3 Immortals. MaxPax, he has to calm down. Reinforcing with his own. Ooh, this is risky. Shameless goes for the Immortal drop, which means he's going to be missing 2 Immortals with the main army. Now is the time for MaxPax to move in. Yeah, again, a big risk here for Shameless. And MaxPax is going for it. He's going for the Robo. He's going to bring it down, and he can always recall. He can always recall back. Takes down the Robo, takes down the Pylon. And we're going for the base trade. We're just moving out. Back at home, the points are being pulled. MaxPax is holding on, and MaxPax is going for the kill, going for the main. Shameless, oh, he recalls back home. Shameless does recall. Cross them out the Oracles, sorry, the Immortals doing what they can. And MaxPax looking down the Stalkers, looking down the Adepts. Again, the War Prism is still across the map, so we can't juggle his units. Juggle back. Oh. As there's still a force field. Shameless, he can still hold on. Still hold on, bad. And Feast production has begun, but bleeds out another sentry. As from here, while Shameless is being contained, MaxPax, he has a choice to make. He can expand. There it is. Like, he can expand, and he will. He's going for his own natural. He can just macro out of this. He doesn't have to commit. Doesn't have to go up the ramp. There's no need. The win condition here is just contain. Just contain the red Protoss for as long as possible. Feasts have been amassing, but there's still plenty of anti-air. And because of all these sentries, Shameless, he cannot move down the ramp. Not move down. Does break out though. MaxPax pulls away. Shameless, he has a lot of work to do. He's moving out. And MaxPax, he might catch the Warp Prism. Not quite. MaxPax, he will miss the army. Prism gets in. Gets a pylon. Supply blocks MaxPax, okay. Supply block. Does get away. And we're macroing out of this. After a very intense start of the game here, after all the 1 base all-ins, we're calming down, we're expanding. At least we're trying to. We're trying. So again, we're trying to restabilize here. We do see Shameless working towards Blink. MaxPax going for a bit of a later Twilight Council, but he's pushing. MaxPax, he actually has a massive army supply. He's been slowly warping in, slowly building up his Stalker count. And he might still be able to break through here. No shield batteries. Uh-oh. Yeah, no defensive shield batteries. Adepts into the main base. Main army's pushing in. So let's recall back. Recalls the Phoenixes. Phoenixes turn back around, but there are so many Stalkers. Yeah, too many Stalkers here. We have 14. Out of 13 Stalkers. The Phoenixes, they cannot touch this army. As once again, MaxPax doesn't have to push in. He can just take a third. He can take a third base, take another expansion. Oh! Link is almost done for Shameless. He's getting there. Yep, there's a third base of MaxPax. As we mentioned, you just chill, just expand, just contain. Get further ahead. No need to rush it. No need to force it. Just calm down. Oh. Now from here, there are ways to recover, especially economically, with Adept Harass, with Zealot Runbys, with Zealot Drop Play, War Prism Harass, Phoenixes, but alas, I have MaxPax, he's ready back at home, he deflects the Phoenixes. MaxPax, that was his sign to pull away. It's like, you know what, I don't have to be here. You just calm down, back off, saturate the third base. Does attempt to intercept. MaxPax, he lures the army out into the open. Now there are no shield batteries. He blinks in and he's going for it. Okay, this time he can just commit to the fight. Shameless is out in the open. MaxPax pushing into the natural, forcing Shameless into him. Yeah, blinks over and Shameless just cannot keep up. Not like this. The boys are being pulled. Shameless getting desperate. And again, we almost had a series out of this as well. Game 1 was so close. Game 1 was Shameless's game, but GG, well played. And MaxPax will claim the series 3-0, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations to MaxPax as he will claim the series. A big shout to Shameless though, because Shameless, he was an unlikely opponent in the finals. He had a deep run here, taking down a Björn, taking down Nickrat, taking down Lambo as well. Like Shameless, he had a very tough road to the finals and did well for himself. And even in the finals, as I mentioned, I can very easily see a world where Shameless is up 1-0 at the start of the series, where he takes game 1. Game 1, unfortunately, Shameless got a little bit too excited. He did not notice the stasis traps, did not notice the shimmer on the ground, and we saw so many blinks into stasis traps, and MaxPax had a crazy win in game 1, coming back from the brink of defeat, and likewise even game 2 as well was had its own moments, but in the end MaxPax of course did run away with it. GG, well played. Here coming into the final game, Shameless did take a bit of a risk. If you remember, he blindly went for a 1-base robo all-in against a 2-gate opener. So Shameless was blindly committing and he was hoping that MaxPax was going to be greedy. He was gambling quite hard that MaxPax would cut corners. MaxPax didn't. MaxPax played it safe, even went for a 3-gate opener himself, and MaxPax was able to shut down the aggression and contain Shameless. And from there, Shameless just fell further and further behind. Eventually, he took a natural, but he had to fight hard for it. It was a late natural base, late third base. He was just behind economically, and MaxPax outscaled. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Shout out to MaxPax, and sorry, congratulations to MaxPax and a shout out to Shameless. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Again, we are live on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. We are live more than any other channel out there. But now that we're in the postseason, we do want to slow things down. As you can see here, we do have a bit of a lighter schedule this week. I think this is the lightest schedule we've ever had. Usually we're live twice a day, every single day. But this time, as you can see here, we only have a couple of days with 2 broadcasts, which means we can sleep. It's been 9 months. It's been 9 months, Pappy. But Pappy, we finally have a leaner schedule. We're still live every day. And I will say that there should be another cast on Sunday, yet to be announced, but there should be a cast there as well. But again, we should be live every single day here with WardiTV Monday. We just wrapped up with the Monday cast. Tomorrow we're live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Then we have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday. We have Little League Cup, the Pond Cast, Masters 1 Open, and Maestros of the Game. That is going to be the big French event happening over the weekend. Big event, of course, on Saturday. The big offline event happening in Paris, happening in Paris, France. We'll be covering that event here, of course, on the channel. So a really busy, really intense weekend, week I should say, when it comes to StarCraft, but a little bit leaner when it comes to how many casts we have, which means we can actually get some rest for the first time all year. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. It's been a long time coming, Pappy, likewise, it is going to be a busy end of year because we still have all the NA events coming up. We have the SC2 Safe House, we have Stellar Fest, we have SC4 All, events happening in Philadelphia, events happening in Canada as well. A lot of tournaments in the Americas region that are going to be around the corner, so keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out, so we will be most likely a part of that in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thank you so much. If you want to support us, you can do so via following us on all the social medias, !socials in the chats. We are live on a daily basis every single day. We're usually live more often than this, but coming into the off season, finally we can actually have some free mornings off and have a leaner schedule and get some sleep, and maybe even stream a little bit as well, like stream ladder sessions and things of that nature, instead of just purely casting StarCraft. But GG. You have a day off on Sunday? We should have a cast there. We should have a cast on Sunday. Should have one. Just yet to be announced. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. We are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. And we'll be back tomorrow with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Now, typically, I should also emphasize, typically Tuna Cups are on Sundays. Usually they're over the weekend. But this weekend, we were busy with RSL. We were busy with a rival StarCraft League, so we did not want to clash with RSL. That is why Tuna Cup was moved to Tuesday instead. And usually Tuesdays are free, and we're good to cast. But I believe Wardy's hosting a PTR tournament, so it's going to be clashing, which is a little bit unfortunate. So we're going to be clashing. I think last week we clashed with Wardy's TLMC 2v2 tournament as well. So there's been a little bit of clashing going on that has impacted our signups. It is a bit of a shame, but I mean, there's kind of no other kind of free slot or free day available. So we got to work with what we have. So a little bit unfortunate, but regardless, it's going to be a fun event nonetheless. And thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. See you then, Papi. See you then. Hasta luego. Ciao, Papi. Ciao.